From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, stretching from, in the west, the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains, exotic, if you can picture the hammock and the little drink of the little umbrella and the Hawaiian dancing girls, and oh, you get the picture. Eastward to about the same picture in the Caribbean, the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the poles, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. And I'm going to take a night off from the video cameras tonight, so we're not going to run video. I'll tell you why. Because I woke up 8 minutes from airtime. This has never, ever happened to me in my life before, and because of my somewhat slightly altered schedule, I slept in. For some reason, the alarm didn't go off, and I just kept right on sleeping, and so there you have it. I see our ambassador has left his battered embassy on Wednesday morning in Beijing. As you know, the Chinese were surrounding it and pelting it with rocks and whatever they could get their hands on. And I guess China finally decided that they were going to play the apology that we finally got aired in China. We were making that apology for some time. I'm still trying to figure out how. Now, let's see. Outdated maps. A nation that builds cruise missiles that can go down the chimney of the assigned location. In fact, sent whatever it was we sent down the chimney of an assigned location. Just a term I'm using, or through the window of the assigned location, which happened to be the Chinese embassy, the very last place that anybody would want to hit in Belgrade, the Chinese embassy. I'm still trying to figure out how we did it. Now, you can make certain observations and ask yourself certain questions. 1, did we know what we were hitting? I think so. 2, why would we hit it? Well, I've kind of toyed with the idea that the Chinese might have been passing some intel to the Serbs about how to take down our airplanes, what to shoot at, how to see the unseeable. And by the way, I understand now. They're telling me that our supposed F-117 unseeable aircraft are quite seeable with the old-fashioned long-wave radar. Just a random thought. So we continue to bomb, and the war continues to go on. The White House website was taken offline by hackers, reportedly angered by the NATO bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. Ooh. Were they really? Really, it says here. The Associated Press is saying that the White House was taken offline as hackers broke in. NBC News, by the way, reporting those hackers were in Hong Kong. Why am I laughing? You may recall the April 1st little thing that we did. As you know, I very much oppose this war, and we sort of hacked up a hacked site of our own. Ailments linked to an aging population, that would be us. Habits like smoking, as I do, are going to place added strain on developing countries even as they struggle against AIDS, according to the WHO. Non-communicable diseases like the world's first 3 killers, heart disease, strokes, respiratory infections, are expected to account for almost 75% of the world's illness by the year 2020. Up 43% from last year, according to the agency's annual World Health Report. The study also found that AIDS has now displaced TB as the world's deadliest infectious disease. I'll tell you something else that can kill you. That's waking up and looking at the clock and finding out you're on the air in 5 minutes. Heart attack time. All right, to the phones we go. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong number.
Oh, no problem. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Is this Art Bell's show?
It is indeed.
Is this Art Bell?
I'd be the only one here. Now turn your radio off, please.
It's off, Art. A couple days ago, they did a replay of another show. And that particular show, they were mentioning about Nostradamus in September, the month of September coming up.
Yes.
And
actually, Nostradamus' quatrain, the one you're speaking
correct.
of, could occur in July, or it could occur in September. There's quite a bit of controversy about that, but it would seem it's one or the other.
Okay. Maybe I can give you a little bit of enlightenment on it. It's a precursor to the great chastisement God speaks about in Revelation.
Now, how do you know that?
Because we have been in a prophecy group for the last 3 years receiving messages.
I see, but
if
that was so, excuse me, sir, but if that was true, just out of curiosity, why would Nostradamus have not told us of this immense event, since he was probably the greatest predictor of events in the world?
Good question. I don't know. You'd have to ask him in the later life.
I mean, I'm not knocking your prophecy group, you understand, but
I don't know. I can only tell you what we've been told to spread the message of. It's going to happen in Fort Worth and Trinity Park. We've been having it for the last 2 years.
What's going to happen?
Third year.
What's going to happen in Fort Worth?
It's September 14th is the Feast of the Holy Cross.
And so what's going to happen in Trinity Park in Fort Worth?
God has told us that He will perform miracles and He will give a great grace and enlightenment for those that are there to pass through untouched through the great chastisement.
You mean people that are in Trinity Park are going to be cool and everybody else is going down the drain?
I'm not going to say that. No, he didn't say that.
I'm trying to interpret what you're saying here.
I know.
You said, in essence, that Trinity Park is sort of a safe little area there in Fort Worth.
We don't know when the great chastisement's coming. He's not said that.
Well, you could be waiting around in Trinity Park for a long time.
Well, we're not going to wait.
Need food and camping.
It's a precursor to the great chastisement. Great chastisement could last a month, 2 months.
Even I'm not fully awakened. I can say great chastisement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Another term for it is a tribulation.
All right, I understand. All right. The part I don't get is how Nostradamus, who predicted everything, or did not everything, but certainly was a great predictor, a great seer of his time, and perhaps some would say the greatest seer of all time, would have missed the Trinity Park thing. I can see people down there waiting in Trinity Park now, camping day and night, because he said you wouldn't know the date, so you just sort of be there till you ran out of food. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Art Bell?
Good guess. How are you?
This is your friend from Looning.
From where?
Looning, Nevada.
Okay, welcome.
Dee?
Yes, Dee?
Yeah, I've been writing you.
Okay.
How are you tonight?
Barely awake, Dee. What's on your mind?
Poor baby. I'm glad you're back home.
Yes.
We missed you, hon.
Well, here I am.
I just said I'd call and let you know I'm out here.
Oh, I see. So you have nothing special to say.
Well, we've been having contrails out here, a lot of them.
Oh, we have them here, too.
Uh-huh.
The question is, are they of the dark variety? And I don't mean, well, yes, I do actually mean literally somewhat darker than regular contrails. Do they spread and turn into kind of a mist, and then do they make you sick?
Yes. There's some people that have been sick out here. Quite a bit.
I'm still not sure what to say about all of that. The evidence appears overwhelming. Thank you for the call that something is going on beyond normal contrails. I know. You hear about that, contrails making people sick, and unless you sit down and you listen to the itemized evidence, you could easily turn your nose up and say some sort of four-letter word and walk away, and I would understand that, but once you have heard the evidence, it's not quite so simple. First-time caller line, you would have been on the air. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
It's Christian from Western New York.
Hello there.
There's something I heard on the Canadian radio I thought I would bring to your attention.
CBC?
Well, it's the French radio of Toronto.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You get it from across the lake here.
Oh, I see.
I used to live in Quebec, so I listened to that.
I see.
They were informing us that Canadian government fessed up giving 900 soldiers vaccination before they went to Somalia for malaria.
Somalia for malaria?
Yeah.
Well, so?
And they were unapproved vaccines.
Oh. Yeah, I had to take malaria medicine myself. I went to South Africa, and I had to take that damn stuff, I think, for 8 weeks.
Well, what was funny about it is that they didn't warn the soldiers before they gave them. And it was pretty important because...
yeah, there's a lot of that going on, sir. Thank you. A lot of it going on. Now, if there was not enough notice for the soldiers who were leaving for Somalia, I can understand they might try something new. Because even the relatively newest treatments right now for malaria have got to start, I don't know, I forget, a week or two in advance of your going to an area where there is malaria. And then they continue for about the next 8 weeks, if my recollection serves properly, 6 to 8 weeks, somewhere in there. And modern treatment's a little better. You take 1 pill a week, but I'll tell you, that little guy will throw you for a loop. So if they were sending soldiers in cold, they might try something like that. International line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
It's okay.
Ben phoning in Canada.
Yes, sir.
Detroit and Toronto.
Yes, sir.
A little food for thought for you.
Sure.
Remember a while back that Area 51 caller that phoned? He sounded like he was freaking out. You only talked to him for maybe like a half a minute.
That was a long time ago, sir.
Remember what he said? He said, Art, they're going to get rid of the major population so that the population is easier to control.
I remember every detail of that.
Isn't it funny now that the contrails are coming out and people are getting sick? Interesting, isn't it?
Yes, it is, sir. I hadn't thought of the connection, but...
I know. I just thought of it the other day, and I thought I got to tell Art.
Okay, well, that's...
My line's in and out, Art, and I'll just sit back and listen to you talk.
All right, take care. It's as good a shot as anybody. He refers to what we loosely call the Area 51 caller, who was screaming and crying when our satellite, actually our satellite, the satellite we're on here, lost Earth lock. An event that has occurred since, but not prior. Certainly never to my radio program. And I went in and I looked at the lights on my uplink, and they were all dark. They were all dark, and I thought, obviously, our uplink had failed. But what I never thought of was, those lights don't come on if there is no satellite where you're pointed. So it was, I looked for smoke. I couldn't see any smoke curling up behind the thing. But I thought it had failed, and it did so at one of the wildest moments on this program, or in this program's history. I mean, here was this guy crying and screaming and telling me that he knew that our government was in the process of concocting some terrible thing that was going to wipe out a large segment of the population, and that's when we went off the air. Later to be told that our satellite had lost Earth lock. Yeah, right. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Matthew from Everett, Washington.
Hello.
To Como 1000.
Yes, sir.
I just had a quick question for you.
Sure. Fire away.
About your time machine.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I was wondering where I might be able to get a phone number or maybe a web address or something to get more information on maybe buying one or something.
Well, I had a gentleman on the air as a guest who builds these time machines.
I believe I remember that. It was a while ago, I thought.
Try the name Stephen Gibbs.
Stephen Gibbs.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Actually, yes, it does. I don't remember. I was trying to look on your website, trying to look up time machine, anything else, anything I could find on it, but...
Actually, there should be a picture up there somewhere of my time machine.
Oh, really?
Yes. And so, have you tried going... You say you've tried going to the website. What I suggest is there's search engine within the website itself, and you should be able to enter the words time machine, and it should give you the photograph at the very least.
Ooh, I believe I tried that, and nothing came up, but I didn't try Stephen Gibbs, so I might want to give that a shot then.
Steve Gibbs or Stephen Gibbs, enter any of that and see what you can get. In the meantime, I will consult with my webmaster.
Okay.
And see if he's got that. I still have my time machine. No, I have not plugged it in. No, I have not yet tried it. One day I may get up the guts to do it, but that day has not yet arrived.
All right, I was just interested. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you and good luck. I'll check with Keith on that. I have the machine. It has this incredibly giant electromagnet that plugs into 110 volts. And I'll tell you how close I've been. I've had it all hooked up, ready to plug the plug in the wall. There's always something that stops me. Maybe it's common sense. Coming at the top of the hour is James McMullen. James has been tracking Bigfoot. Yes, Bigfoot for years and years now. He should be a very, very interesting interview. He's down in Florida, and he's tracked Bigfoot mainly, I guess, in the Florida area, but no doubt other areas as well, and Bigfoot is one of my favorite topics, so that's what we're going to do at the top of the hour. By the way, I have a Washington Post story here that caught my attention, should catch yours, and I'm sure you heard. After an unexpected detour, it says, to Beijing, Russian peace envoy Viktor Chernomyrdin returned to Moscow last night and aligned himself rhetorically with China's angry demand for an unconditional halt in NATO's bombing campaign. Now, where was it that I heard about China and Russia aligning before some kind of big event? I just know there's something there, and I can't quite grasp it. A little worrisome, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Mr. Bell, a question from New York City, Curtis Lewa.
All right. Oh, is this actually Curtis asking, or Curtis?
No, this is Tommy.
So it's Curtis's guy, Tommy, asking.
That's right.
All right.
Ready?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
He wants to know why you take off all the time without telling anyone, and how come you get to keep the hour?
Well, if Curtis had only been listening, he would know that I said last week on the air when I came on that I was going to take a few extra days off because of family things, and that we were going to try out some other hosts in that slot. For example, coming this Friday and then again Monday is Whitley Strieber, who's going to sit in.
Okay, one more. How long do you think before Curtis gets back the hour?
Well, I don't know. Ask Curtis when he thinks hell is going to freeze over, and do the wild thing at 775-727-1295. Okay, Andy, just had to bleep you out. We don't. Yes, we don't allow. Andy, I thought you knew that we didn't allow last names. We don't allow last names on the air, so never give me your last name.
Okay.
All right, Andy, what's on your mind?
I got a couple of questions for you.
I'll take one.
Okay, have you heard from Madman Markham yet?
Madman Markham. No, the answer is a clear no. Madman Markham is a man who constructed a time machine. First, a small-scale model, which he threw a little bolt through. When he threw the bolt through it, it disappeared. It disappeared. Gone. Then he appropriated some transformers from the local electric company, something that got him put in the pokey for a period of time, and was about to push the button, walk through this giant machine he had made on his back porch. Well, he spent a little time paying his debt to society for taking those transformers. Then he got out of jail and was going to build a gigantic time machine and had a big warehouse, and I think did, and was supposed to notify me. But did he? No. Has he walked through the machine? Possibly. So there may be a warehouse somewhere outside of Kansas City with a big machine and nothing but a little pile of dust on the floor, which could be Madman. I called him Madman Markham affectionately. Or Madman could be who knows when. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Stuart in Topeka, Kansas.
Hello, Stuart.
And I'm listening to you on KMAJ 1440.
Yes, sir.
I also listened to you the other night talking to Bonnie on 3830. You were the strongest station out there.
It just puffs out a little bit.
And you were talking to Tired Old Man.
Yeah, after we did the show with Bonnie, a lot of people won't know, I said, let's go up to 3830, and Bonnie said, sure, so up we went.
And I listened to you on a CNGN radio, and they are the best.
Oh, they're incredible.
That CC radio does have to be incredible. Unfortunately, they won't let us carry it.
Well, the difference, of course, between the CC and the Sanjin, say the ATS 909 or any of the other series, is that they get shortwave. Now, the CC doesn't.
Right.
The CC gets the best AM reception in the world. The Sanjin, nothing matches that for shortwave.
I have a reception report all made out. Will you QSL with me?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'll send it out in the morning. I also have you on tape. You want to copy that?
I'd love it, yes.
Okay.
All right, send it along, and
There's a lot of people listening to you here in Topeka, including several people from Radio Shack.
Really?
Yes, you're very, very popular.
Well, I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you, and send me a card, and I will QSL. That means I have these cards made up. As a matter of fact, I took the picture that Ramona took of me on my 50th birthday, and I put it on a QSL card. That would be a confirmation of reception. It's something hams send out to other hams or shortwave listeners when they're heard, and it's just a little card showing my station and me. And, sure, I'll send it along. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Paul from Planet Earth. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm okay, Paul. Good to have an Earthling.
Yeah. Hey, I was wondering if anybody else heard what Bill Cosby said on the Today Show to Al Roper.
What did he say?
Well, a week...
West of the Rockies, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
And I was just so shocked, and nothing ever came out, nothing was ever said about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'll have to excuse me, but I wouldn't think for 1 second that Bill Cosby would say such a thing. I took it out. Because I don't believe for a second that he would say that. And I'm not going to repeat, obviously, what was said. But I don't believe it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Paul from Green Bay.
Hello, Paul.
How you doing tonight?
Fine. What's on your mind?
Well, you remember the tornado we had recently in Oklahoma City?
Actually, there were a couple of dozen of them, yes.
It's terrible, right?
Yes.
Would you be interested in possibly knowing when the next one's going to come along?
Yes, I would. And I'd also be interested in knowing how you know. Oh, you have your radio on, don't you?
No, sir. I'm in a truck stop.
You're at a truck stop. Okay. That's what I'm hearing in the background then. All right. When is the next one coming, and how do you know?
Well, within the next 3 to 6 days. I can't tell you exactly where it is because I'm forbidden to do that.
By whom?
The Maker.
The Maker. So, you mean God?
Yes, sir.
God. God told you there's going to be another tornado.
No, this is, I chose the place.
You chose the place.
Yes, sir.
So you are acting then as God's agent.
It was for a service, yes, sir.
It was what?
It was a reward for a service.
You did a service for God.
Yes.
And God, in turn, is going to allow you to actually create a tornado.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where?
The place is where the new Caesar resides.
The New York City?
Where the new Caesar resides. It shouldn't be too hard to figure out if you really think about it.
The new Caesar. Well, the new Caesar, some people would say, is, I don't know, they say it's a lot of people. Our president, it could be...
you said it.
I did?
Yes, you said it.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you are then. So, Washington, D.C. then?
You said it, sir. Peace be with you.
Yeah, peace be with you, too. O servant of God. The only part of all that I don't understand is why God, as a favor, or whatever, would allow anybody to do anything awful. You see, what I think I would suggest to you, sir, is that you may not be dealing with the entity that you think you're dealing with. I wonder if that's occurred to you. that in fact, the one you may be dealing with, the one who would make deals like that, may not be, you know, who you think it is. Just a random thought, something for you to kick around. Not many tornadoes in Washington, D.C. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art. I was wondering, I got a question about a guest or two.
All right.
Do you think it hurts to show it when you have Ed Dames on after he makes predictions or remote viewing the spores coming to Africa that never materialized or the nuclear?
You know, I've really got some bad news for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
There was a story, Associated Press, just the other day that indicated a new fungus that had previously killed up to 1/3 of all the crops in Africa.
Right. Was that the spore attack?
Was back again, only it was a modified spore now. Do you know, you hadn't heard that?
No, I heard that maybe a week or two ago, but what about the kill shot that happened in April that was supposed to get us all?
Well, if you listen carefully to Ed Dames, he said the timeline of the kill shot, or of the precursor, actually, to the kill shot could not be precisely nailed down.
Did he say that when he made the prediction?
He said that before. He actually said that before April arrived.
Well, what about the North Korean nuclear attack that never happened?
Well, that one still lies in the future. But if you've been watching carefully the news about North Korea, they're making all kinds of news about war.
No, he was saying this the last time that North Korea was in the news, well, maybe at least a year ago at least.
If you look at the releases from the North Korean news agency on a daily basis now, you will see them talking about war.
So you think Ed Dames makes a reliable remote viewing prediction?
Well, that, sir, I leave up to you.
Okay.
Okay. Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, good morning, Art. This is Raymond from Michigan.
Hello, Raymond.
I have a question about remote viewing.
Sure.
I don't really understand it, but have any of your guests, first of all, are they able to remote view the past?
Yes.
Okay, and have any of them ever told you whether they remote viewed what happened in Roswell?
You know, I do believe that Ed remote viewed the Roswell event, and I don't want to put words in his mouth and recall for you incorrectly what he said right now, but yes, he did remote view Roswell, and I'm sorry I don't recall exactly what he said. In remote viewing, there is, in essence, no time. There are only events. Ed would explain it that way, and that you can target an event as you would a sort of a spike coming up out of the noise.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter whether that event is now, in the past, or the future. So I'm sorry, I can't recall for you what he said about Roswell, but he did something on that.
Perhaps it's on his website, maybe.
That's a good shot.
I thought maybe I'd tell you something else you might find interesting, too. One night while I had your show on, I scanned the entire AM band from top to bottom, and I picked up your show on 16 different stations.
Really?
Yeah, it came in pretty well here, 16 different.
One night we should have a contest, and we should see how many people running a recorder so they could prove their claim.
Yeah.
Could go from the bottom of the dial to the top of the dial and see what the maximum number of stations at any given. I would think somebody, for example, in the Midwest would have the best shot at it because they'd be getting Midwest, East, and West Coast stations.
Yeah, I get it pretty well from New York to Cleveland to Milwaukee and other stations that I don't even know where they are.
Well, one night we'll have a contest, and we'll have people send in tapes of their proof. How would that be? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. No, you didn't push the button. Now, east of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
I was thinking about this, Art. We got a situation now. It seems like it's a big grab for money. You go to a grocery store and their prices are going sky high. Everywhere you look, it seems like they just eat you alive. I don't know what's going on about our financial situation in this country.
Well, I'll tell you, where have you been? I mean, back in the 70s, when Jimmy Carter was in office, then we had inflation. Now we have almost no inflation.
Huh. I was wondering how good our money is. They say it's worth 8 cents a dollar.
Well, I don't know. If you spend $1 on any given product, do you feel like you get $1's worth in return?
No.
No? Give me an example.
Okay, I go to a store and they have a little card, little card there, and it costs $1.69 if you don't have that card. So they run that card through the computer and they sell it to you for 99 cents.
You mean like if you're a member of their little club?
They're right.
Yeah, okay. A lot of stores have that.
And I'm really disturbed about prices getting so far out of sight that people on Social Security like me, for another 6 months, how in the world are we going to survive on what little we get?
Well, again, I would say to you, now it may well be that I'm out of the loop here, but I don't think so. Inflation rates right now are at all-time lows, just about at all-time lows. I can remember when we had about a 21% inflation rate for a while. Now that
I remember that.
Oh, you do? You remember?
Yes,
you remember
I'm 64.
that? Oh, okay. Well, then, sure, of course you remember that. Now that was inflation compared to what we've got today. Today, in fact, inflation is so damn low that if you have money in the bank, you can't get interest rates worth a damn thing.
That's true. It just seems like I was wondering what the relationship with, with our economy right now is with 2000. I heard this said to me that 100 American dollars is worth one European dollar.
Nah.
I wouldn't know.
That's not true.
You don't believe that,
Even the brand new European euro dollar, the exchange rate I can't give you off the top of my head, but it's, believe me, much more generous than that.
Well, I was just curious about it. And
now, I'll tell you this, sir, and I've got to go because we're about out of time, but if you travel to Europe or you travel to Asia and you convert your dollars and then you begin to spend them, you will realize how very little your money means, because the dollar hardly goes anywhere. In fact, it's scary. Went to Tokyo, got 2 Cokes and a beer, and it was about $40. Can you imagine that? Good music, bumper music for the subject coming up. We're going to talk about Bigfoot. James McMullen is about to join us. And for about 23 years, James has been a full-time author, naturalist, and independent tracker of the endangered Florida Panther in the swamplands. As an environmental education teacher and wildlife lecturer on the panther and the Everglades, he taught thousands of students state and nationwide. As a matter of fact, he's got a New York Times bestseller, Cry of the Panther, Quest of a Species, now, check this, going into its 4th printing. It's an account of his intense tracking experience in the Glades with the endangered big cat. For all those years of tracking the panther, I also have had, he says, unexplained encounters with physical evidence and unaccountable strange sightings of an unknown creature known as Bigfoot. So we're going to talk to somebody who, there's a bunch of Bigfoot hunters out there and Bigfoot enthusiasts, but here's a man who has tracked wildlife for all his adult life virtually and claims to have encountered evidence of what we know or we have been told is. We'll talk about what Bigfoot actually may be, what Bigfoot really is, and what Bigfoot is not. Whether Bigfoot is actually a living today as sort of a throwback to something from our very ancient times, indeed prior to the time when man walked on Earth. Or is Bigfoot some sort of genetic mutation, or is Bigfoot some sort of dimensional breakthrough? All of these theories and many more have been forwarded. We'll find out what James McMullen thinks Bigfoot is coming up shortly. All right, coming up now, James McMullen. And for most of his adult life, the last 23 years, he's been tracking animals in Florida. And he did have one extremely unusual encounter that he's going to tell us about. But right now, here is Jim. Jim, welcome.
Yes, happy to be here. And I'd like to thank you for that wonderful introduction.
Well, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Why have you been tracking animals in the Everglades for 23 years?
Well, if we just talk about the Everglades, when I came down here in 1976, immediately I was intrigued with the endangered species Florida Panther. And having had a great deal of training before that, being in the United States Marine Corps, being in Vietnam, and having a father and grandfather that were both woodsmen and fishermen, obviously I was drawn to the tree line to begin with.
Sure.
So I come to the Everglades and immediately was interested in the endangered Florida Panther. In those days, way back in 1976, nobody believed that there were any panthers left in the Everglades. So I quite literally set out to put together my trekking skills that I have learned over the years and step into the swamps of the Everglades, specifically in the beginning to prove that they were out there. And that's what's been going on for 23 years.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
In what way did you prove it? Did you take photographs?
Well,
did you capture one or what?
No, I have what we term a naturalistic philosophy. And quite simply what that means is that I will track the animal, I will gather information on his critical habitat and his behavior, and I'm going to study him out in natural habitats. I don't want to catch him and put him in a cage and maybe end up ruining him for life. But the trick there is that after learning all those different experiences with the cat over the years, I have shared it with the students and the general public through environment education and public awareness. And I feel that that is one of the strong fibers, in fact, of saving the cat from the very beginning. And having worked at a nature center, I incorporated my tracking of the panther into the nature center work and environment education.
All right, well, don't call me Noah, but there would have to be more than just one if they are to continue. There would have to be quite a few, right?
Well, what I found really extremely exciting was that I found my first cat. It took me about 8 months. I did find tracks, and then I had a beautiful and wonderful sighting of the cat downrange in the Big Cypress swampland. And out of that, I realized, well, if there's this one healthy cat out there, there must be more. Over the years, tracking not only in the Everglades, but other key areas in the state of Florida, I have found, verified with physical evidence, 64 cats, male and female.
Oh, my. All right. Well, the obvious question is, James, how could you find what others apparently declared to be extinct?
Well, the line was, well, the Florida panther is almost extinct. So what I did was I went to the folks that lived out in the swamp, and I went to the Native Americans, and I asked them, that would be the Seminole and the Miccosukes down here, and I told them my background and what I was doing, and I learned inside of 3 weeks that there were Florida panther in the Everglades from the old-timers. They didn't give me specific locations because they saw kind of like a twinkle in my eye, but I found some swampies out there that were very much aware that there were still Florida panther roaming the Everglades, free of man. So it was, on the face of it, he was almost extinct. He was already on the endangered species list, and it was extremely difficult, in fact, to find a Florida panther. But they were out there. It had to be proven with physical evidence, and that's what I set out to do.
A twinkle in your eye?
Well, I say that because I went down to a real small village down here in the Everglades called Everglades City. I walked into one of the old grocery stores, and there was an elderly gentleman sitting there, and he was just like you would think you would see in a movie, and he was sitting there having a cup of coffee, and I boldly walked up to him, didn't know him from Adam, and I says, you look like a person that might know if there's still Florida panther in the Everglades. And he kind of looked at me, and he kind of gave me this chuckle, and he says, well, hell, he says, I saw one more than 3 weeks ago up in Alligator Alley, like that. That set me in the direction of starting to track my first cat.
Well, let me give you a little parallel. I don't know if it's the same thing or not, but I live in a little town of Pahrump, Nevada, near Death Valley, and a lot of people try and find where I live for whatever reason. The people here in Pahrump, in my little town, tend to protect me, and since maybe I'm like an endangered species or something, I don't know, but people will not tell reporters and people where I live. is just a nice thing that they do for me here in Pahrump. Oh. And we're a town of about 30,000 now. And I wonder if there's a parallel there. In other words, perhaps there are many people who knew the Panther still existed, but because they didn't want it to pass from existence, right, they virtually told stories denying its
Absolutely.
existence. You think that's it?
Absolutely. That is extremely good parallel because I think because of my attitude from the very beginning of saving the cat and informing students of how to save the cat, this sort of thing prevailed.
So until they were sure that you had no evil intentions.
Oh, well, let me put it this way. I had no evil intentions, but I must tell you, even today, 1999, there is still a negative element out in the Everglades and other key areas of Florida that would like to do harm to the panther, and that's very sad.
Why?
Well, I had one incident where this fellow wanted to be the person to kill the last panther, and he was an old hunter, this type of thing,
Oh, yeah.
So,
great.
Obviously, I'm dead against all of that.
Would you can you explain the psychology behind somebody who wants to be the person to kill the last of a species on Earth? What kind of person is that, by the way?
I can approach that. I've never really been a hunter my whole life.
Right.
But there's something unique about, as far as the hunter mind goes, there's something unique about getting the last animal and having the pelt hanging on the wall or having the tail and ears, the claws of the Florida Panther, the last one, and he feels then he's extremely important because he got the last one.
Let me show you how opposite I view it. Somebody like that, to me, is evil incarnate. In other words, to kill the last of a species is so evil, such a great sin, that I would expect that when I went up to the pearly gates to be immediately rejected and put on the down elevator.
Absolutely.
That's how seriously I would view that. And so I can't even get into anybody's head who would... But I'll tell you, it takes all kinds, I guess, to make up the world, huh?
Well, I attempted to do that once, and I tried to write an article for a wildlife magazine down here in Florida on just what we're talking here, and I'll be completely honest with you, I couldn't do it, and I turned down the assignment. Wasn't much money involved. That wasn't the point. I just couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it.
I could not. I did not want to get into his mind. And to make it an effective story, article.
I mean, that's almost like trying to get inside the mind, wrap your mind around the concept of a serial killer.
Yes, yes. I'm known down here in Florida as an extreme conservationist. And it goes something like this. People either love me or hate me.
Mm-hmm.
So in between there.
Not
attitude.
Not a favorite of the hunters, I'm sure.
No, I'm not. Although I must tell you, I have only 2 times, but I did talk to 2 hunters that did hang up their weapons and picked up a camera instead and started taking photographs of deer and bear and wild hog, this sort of thing, because of the effect of my book, Try the Panther, when they read it. Something clicked, and they just could not go out there and kill animals anymore, and I was really very excited about something like that. I wish it was more widespread, but obviously it's not.
Jim, when I was 13 years old, my dad gave me my first .22. I had BB guns prior to that. And one day, from my I was way up on the 3rd floor where I had a Radio Shack. I opened the window and I took my .22 and I shot a squirrel.
Mm.
And I ran out into the yard, and here was this squirrel dying. And I tell you, Jim, to this very day, and I'll soon be 54 years old, it still weighs on my psyche, on my consciousness, so much that I could almost go back to tears. And that's how much I care about life. It was the stupidest, dumbest thing I ever did in my whole life, something I guess a 13-year-old might do. But I sat down there in the yard and I cried. and I have never killed a living thing since.
Fantastic.
That's just the way it is.
That's a fantastic story.
That's a true story.
Yeah.
And so...
I must tell you, I don't mean to interrupt you, but there is a parallel working here, and as we get more into the Bigfoot phenomena, and it's haunting. I mean, it's what's going on here. Since Bigfoot has been in the news here the last couple of years because of the latest sightings, there is a negative element out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, get this one, that is physically, consciously, and on weekends out there trying to find a Bigfoot to kill him.
I know.
Or her.
I know.
To prove they exist.
Well, there is a...
Can you believe that?
Yes, I can. There is a credentialed scientist in Washington somewhere, I can't recall which university, who suggests that, in his opinion, there should be one Bigfoot killed, so that we can prove Bigfoot is real, and then, he says, a law should be passed that would then provide for the death penalty for any others that are killed. That's his. That's the way he's handling this, and
he's in Washington D.C.
Yeah, no, Washington State.
Oh, state of Washington.
Yes,
okay.
yes. In other words, and I see his point of view.
Yeah.
You kill one, you prove there really is such a thing, then you get officially put on the endangered species list, you get to study it, so forth and so on, and you have a giant penalty for killing any others. I take it you wouldn't agree with that.
No, I don't. And again, it's because of my personality makeup and holding steadfast to naturalistic philosophy. In my opinion, skilled tracker over a period of years can develop an immense amount of physical evidence, whether it be moderate or strong, to the point where, we're talking about Bigfoot here, to the point where you may never have to capture one, you may never have to hunt one down and kill it to prove that it exists. However, if someone did find one that recently died, then that would be the evidence beyond a shadow of a doubt, or skeletal remains. And we can, as we get into this thing, you'll see some very basic skills that are used to develop that criteria, and that's one of the things that I am super concentrating on right now, looking for skeletal remains, and I have quite a story to tell you about a Bigfoot skeleton.
Can I tell you one?
Sure.
All right. It was about 4 years ago on this program, Jim, and a fellow called in. I interviewed him actually twice, and for no less than about 8 hours total. And he had an encounter, Jim, in Missouri with a male and female, which he claimed he killed. I repeat, he killed. He was out hunting with a bunch of friends.
He killed them both?
Yep, killed them both. And when he got a good close-up look at them, he realized that their look was so close to a human appearance, but with all the hair and all the rest of the way we've seen Bigfoot in the Patterson film. He was so scared that he buried them.
No.
Now, I had this man talked into leading us to the spot where he had buried them, but by the time the program was over, we had callers who would call in, and they said he's liable to be charged with murder. And he finally got so freaked out that he refused to talk any more about it. He closed down completely, and I guess I can understand that.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting about that. My father was a lawyer for 60 years, and I got with a lawyer down here, and I asked him about a dead Bigfoot. After he got done chuckling a little bit, he realized that I was the one that came forward on the Florida Panther and then also the Bigfoot phenomena down here.
Right.
And I asked him about that. I said, what if one of these crazy guys out there shoots one and kills one?
Exactly.
Is it considered to be murder? He says, there is no way that can happen because it's an unknown species. There's no DNA to prove what sort of species it is to begin with. He felt that the first time around, it would be such an exciting thing to bring one in that the guy would probably be honored. And I said, well, I wouldn't honor him for shooting and killing him. My point is, legally speaking, is there a law on the books that could be used? And he said, no. There is no such law that exists that would have any application to a Bigfoot, bringing one in. And I thought, I hope that doesn't get on the news, because people would be, even more fear with the attitude.
It's on the news now, Jim.
Huh?
It's on the news now.
Well, I must tell you something, Art. In relation to my experiences with Bigfoot down here.
All right, wait, Jim,
okay.
Hold on. We're at a break point,
Go
so we will break. That's a good natural break anyway. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. James McMullen is a tracker. James McMullen tracked the Florida Panther, an animal said not to be on the earth anymore. But he found not one, but 60 some odd Florida Panthers. So he's a natural when you're talking about Bigfoot, and that is what we're talking about right now, or in a moment. Bigfoot, that creature that comes from, well, I don't know. We'll ask. James will be right back. All right, back now to my guest and Bigfoot. We've got a lot to talk about with regard to Bigfoot. You're talking to somebody who is a professional tracker and has been tracking for 23 years in Florida. And guess what he met up with? James, welcome back. Where were we?
Good question. I was about to say, well, let me just preempt what I was going to say. I think this probably is noteworthy. This is the first time, save for Linda Moulton Powell's interview on a recent sighting down here by someone else out on a ranch, that I'm coming forward with a great deal of information on Bigfoot in the Everglades that has yet ever to be covered.
Never reported.
No, and I must tell you, I have purposely stayed away from the media. I turned down, after my sighting and the sighting flap that's been happening here recently, I turned down 4 newspapers and 2 magazines and 1 television station to come forward on it. And I just was not ready at that point.
Why? Why?
Well, I'm a real stickler when it comes to tracking. I want to get as much physical evidence that Bigfoot leaves in the Everglades as I can.
Sure.
Now, obviously, this is ongoing, and it's a question of how far you carry this thing. But I wanted to get more physical evidence over and above the sighting that I had.
Then it would be obvious to ask you why you're coming forward today.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting that's going on, probably not just in the state of Florida, but I know for a fact in the other southern states there have been sightings of Bigfoot, and obviously throughout the world. But something interesting is happening here in Florida. Bigfoot, folks down here call Bigfoot Skunk Ape. I prefer to call him Bigfoot.
Skunk Ape.
People are openly talking about Bigfoot. I have gotten several calls. I have been stopped on the street on several occasions, and people are open. On the street, people are openly talking about the Bigfoot phenomena down here.
Mm-hmm.
This, in my opinion, is an opportunity for public awareness on an unknown species that, in my opinion, if more physical evidence is brought forward, such as DNA and what have you, that there is a possibility he could be put on the endangered species list, protected at least by Florida state law. So that's kind of where I'm coming from at this point.
Have you compiled enough actual physical evidence to actually do that now?
Well, the ultimate, obviously, is to come in with some super verified DNA, at least to prove unknown species. Now, that is becoming, that there is a couple people that have come in with hair samples. I had hair samples roughly, that would be 5 months ago, and we couldn't get any DNA off it, so we just didn't really know what it was. I'm for going to get more plaster casts of tracks. I've got plaster casts of several tracks. I'm looking for scat samples, obviously the hair samples, things like that to continually build the territory of this particular Bigfoot that I've been tracking here. Staying.
All right, I'm not an expert on samples of footprints or whatever it is that a Bigfoot walks upon, but would that be easily hoaxed? In other words, could you walk around on a piece of wood made up to look like Bigfoot tracks and make tracks that would seem real, or would they be detectable?
No, yeah. I say, in my opinion, if you really get down and study a particular track, there are some obvious telltale signs that a tracker will see in the track that will immediately tell him whether or not it's a fake track fabrication, or there really is something to it.
Like what?
Well, obviously the shape of the track to begin with, but more important, if you can find dermal ridges in the heel and hopefully up on the toes itself. The other thing is not only the shape of the track itself, but if you look very carefully at the track, you can see if Bigfoot was walking on the outer part of his foot or the inner part. Now, if someone were to, I'm with you on the idea of some people have fabricated tracks out in the Pacific Northwest quite well, but even those were detected as being faked. If someone were to take a piece of wood, and carve it out and sand it down, all the things, he wouldn't be able to put the distinguishing characteristics in that footprint that Bigfoot would. And it takes, in my opinion, a great deal of time and experience to be able to detect that.
All right. You had an encounter with a Bigfoot, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. That's the best evidence of all, in my mind, from somebody with your experience. Can you relate that to us as it occurred?
Yes. Quite exciting. After the sighting, I will tell you something interesting. It took me about 3 days to come down from the sighting, the excitement of the whole thing, to calm down. But I'll tell you what happened. I'll kind of describe the first to begin with, number one, I was out consciously tracking and looking for a Bigfoot. And I was using the basic skills that I would track any animal. This was in August, the summer of 1997. And we were having several sightings going on. And the odd thing about that was I did go into that particular area where these sightings were taking place, but I worked on a theory that the possibility that a particular Bigfoot would be looking for high dry ground, sandy soil, down where it was happening. It was during rainy season. There was a very high water line, and I figured that he probably might have gone, or another one,
to higher ground,
another area,
higher, drier ground.
Yeah, it just seemed reasonable to me because mammals do that in general.
Okay, after all of these years of looking for the panther, I guess I should have asked you what caused you to begin actively trying to track a Bigfoot, and obviously stories or reports that you got from I don't know where caused you to do that, right?
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you and the listeners, I set out in August of 1997 to discount the sightings, to be honest with you. I thought it was another Bigfoot sighting flap that was going to prove absolutely nothing. And so I set out to try and pick away at it and to prove that those sightings, it was a hoax.
Gotcha.
Quite frankly. And in doing that, I found myself getting deeper and deeper into the possibility with the people that I was talking to that had the sightings. And in fact, they did see something. And so, but at the same time, I was trying to keep as objective as I could. But nonetheless, on this particular day, and it was 2:30 in the afternoon, very bright, and I was in my van, and I drove down into an area, and I went a little bit too far, and I had to turn my van around. Now, this is a very wild place, thick tree line, and I was going down into that area to park the van and then do some tracking. But the van was in such an odd place that I decided to turn it around, and I was backing it up and pushing it forward and backing it up, and finally I got it turned around. Right. Now, at this point, I probably should tell you that I did have another witness with me, another person with me.
Oh.
And at present, he is not ready to come forward yet. Right. I'm sure that he will in the future, but he was with me, and get this, we had a camera with us. At any rate, I finally got the van turned around.
Well, I've got to stop you again.
Oh, okay.
Why won't he come forward?
Well, to be upfront about that, he did not see Bigfoot. He was with me. He was in the passenger side. He had the camera in his hands. This thing happened. And he did not actually sight Bigfoot there.
Gotcha.
So he feels, to qualify it, that he saw the results of my reaction and everything, and he was going through the experience with me, but he did not sight Bigfoot, so he cannot qualify the sighting itself.
Well, in that case, I wouldn't come forward either.
Pardon me?
I wouldn't come forward either, because all he would be doing is testifying to your reaction.
Yeah, oh yeah, he went through the whole thing with me, but he was extremely disappointed that he did not see what I saw.
I understand.
At the time. And so to qualify himself, he says, well, I can't come forward at this time because I did not see I did not see Bigfoot. I did not see what you saw. So I thought that was very admirable, that,
yes.
But I, in the near future, he may, just to verify my reaction and everything, I'm sure that he will in the future come forward on that for what it's worth.
All right. Anyway, to continue.
So I finally got the van turned around, and it was, I was back on high ground, and it was, the grass was still high, and we were still slipping a little bit, but I got it up, on the high ground again, and no sooner did I get it up on the high ground, I looked over to the right, 35 feet away, and here was what I thought instantly was a gorilla standing in the tree line. And I said, there he is. And the person that was with me dropped the camera. And I'm looking, and I don't know whether it was out of panic or what, but my foot hit the gas pedal. And the van surged ahead. And I slammed on the brakes, and I backed it up right on the spot and looked over again of where he was, and he was gone. Now, I'm saying that whole I did end up measuring, went through the whole nomenclature of the sighting and everything. But there he was, standing in the tree line. He was underneath a sable palm frond, the big wide leaves that people, the palm frond itself. And he wasn't hunched over like a gorilla, but he had the appearance. That was my first instinct. I'm looking at a gorilla. But it wasn't a gorilla. It was a gorilla standing upright, a gorilla-like look, standing upright with two long, thick oak tree legs. And I could see him breathing. I mean, his chest was moving back and forth. He was standing underneath this palm frond where the palm frond shadowed his face. But I could clearly see the dimensions, the height. He was enormous.
There is no question in your mind what you saw.
Oh, no question at all. No question at all.
You have never gone back and thought, well, psychologically, maybe my mind played a trick on me. I was out hunting. I wanted to find this creature. Maybe I saw what I wanted to see. None of that?
Well, no, because there was what I call scanty physical evidence of where he was standing. There were no tracks because he was up on the high ground, but you could see where a very heavy-weighted animal was standing there, and it had pressed down into the grass and pressed down onto that dirt there. Okay? No, I saw him. I know what you're talking about. I have told this story to Linda Howe and a couple other people, anthropologists, And they explored that possibility. And I said, you have to understand that I even critiqued myself as a tracker for all these years. So it's not something that I would just look off in the tree line and see a shadow and assume that it was an unknown creature like Bigfoot. So I saw what I saw, and I'll stick to it.
Okay. All right, James. What is your best guess about what Bigfoot is? Is this something that has been here for a very long time and is a physical animal just like the panther you found or panthers? Or is Bigfoot some sort of a paranormal creature that comes and goes in ways that mystify us? Or what's your best guess, James?
Well, first of all, I try to grab a hold as to as much facts as I can. Bigfoot, let's just deal with the state of Florida for the moment. Bigfoot in the Everglades has always been here. We can go way back to the pioneer times. We can go way back to when Seminole first came down. The Indians, the Native Americans down here talk about him. It's awful hard for someone to sit down with Native Americans and talk to them, but I was able to do that, and they even gave me one of the names that they call him. They call him Esti Japjaki, and that means tall, hairy man. And they look at it with a different point of view. He's physical, but he's spiritual. And he's one of the spirits of the Everglades that is very, very beneficial to the ecosystem there. They have beautiful, beautiful definition of, and they don't call him Bigfoot. Very seldom, if ever, will you hear a Seminole call Bigfoot. He's always Esti Japjaki, like that. So
yeah, but what we don't understand is always sort of magic to us. And I suppose before the panther was found, and scientists said there are no more panthers, you could almost put the panther in the same category.
Yes.
You know, sporadic sightings, but nobody ever really put their finger on it, and nobody ever really was able to prove anything. So the panther at that point could have said to be almost the same kind of creature. In other words, half spiritual, half myth, and maybe half real.
Yes. Well, even today he's considered that with the Native Americans. I'm kind of with a naturalistic philosophy because I have seen Florida Panther several times in the Everglades, collected physical evidence, and even gotten a couple of pictures of one that obviously, indeed, they're there. And I must tell you, I apply the same criteria to Bigfoot. This is the type of thing. I now carry a video camcorder with me into the Everglades, specifically tracking Bigfoot. So I guess the point I'm making, he's always been here. I've talked to fifth and sixth generation folks down here that their great-grandparents talked about Bigfoot in the Everglades.
All right, an obvious question for you. The most famous of all footage ever taken of a Bigfoot is, of course, the Patterson film.
Yeah.
Very controversial, but boy, it sure does look good. Now, my question to you is, since you've actually seen a Bigfoot,
yes,
and you've obviously seen the Patterson film a million times,
yes,
is that what you saw?
Well, I have to tell you, my Bigfoot had similarities, but it wasn't, in my opinion, it was not as large as on the Patterson film.
Okay.
Plus the fact, the coloring of the hair fur on mine was a definite chocolate brownish color.
Okay.
Okay. I could even see his skin on his chest, and it was tanned like real dark caramel color. I clearly saw his right hand down alongside, that was hanging down alongside of him there, and the hand, though there was hair, long strands of hair coming down the arm, you could clearly see the fingers.
Wow. Okay, Jim, hold on. We're going to break here at the top of the hour. That's noticing a lot of detail, but then again, a tracker would notice a lot of detail, wouldn't he? James McMullen, who's been tracking in Florida for 23 years, is my guest. He saw Bigfoot. Exactly what it is. James McMullen, a naturalist, an environmentalist, and a tracker for most of his adult life, is my guest. He saw Bigfoot. We'll get back to him in a moment. If the power should go out, if things should get rough for a while, and by the way, we're going to talk a little bit about the environment as well. I've got a story here that you just absolutely won't believe. It relates to the tornadoes in Oklahoma. They recorded winds in one of these tornadoes at 318 miles per hour. Now, let me tell you about 318 miles per hour. That is at the very top of something called the Fujita scale, which measures tornadoes, and that is 1 mile per hour from what scientists consider to be impossible, an F6. In other words, the scale actually goes all the way to 12, or even actually has 13 categories, F0 to F12, making it really technically 13 categories. But this was 1 mile per hour below a theoretically impossible F6. Scientists say you really, in our atmosphere, under any conditions, could never produce an F6, and we got 1 mile per hour from that. So our weather is changing. All right, back now to James McMullen. James, I've got all the material you sent me, and in the material, I've got a beautiful photograph of you pointing to the cast of this incredible foot,
yes,
which looks damn near the size of your upper body. Are these photographs on a website anywhere?
No, they're not. I gave a copy, and I'm going to send a print to Linda Moulton Howell. And there is another website that's being developed down here in Florida that I think inside of a month, and it's going to go on there. And I'm just kind of searching around. You know, I'm more than willing to share, the physical evidence such as the plaster cast.
I mean, this is serious stuff. James, do I have your permission during the next break? I think that I can probably scan these 2 pages, one with you and the Panther and some other things, and the other with the plaster cast. I could actually scan these and get them up on the website.
Oh, sure.
Tonight. You would allow me to?
Oh, absolutely. Sure. That would be very helpful to other trackers in key areas that may be tracking Bigfoot, and that's right. It might help them out a little bit.
This is very impressive, and so I'm going to do exactly that.
Great.
I'm going to scan like mad, send them to Keith, and see if we can get them up there. All right.
If I may mention one thing,
sure,
for your listeners, it may be helpful what we're talking about here, preliminary experiences that I've had with Bigfoot and everything, that it is being compiled into a manuscript in progress. And all I can say at this point is that yes, the manuscript is in progress. I have 2 publishers that are interested in the manuscript, but obviously I'm looking for others as well. And it, too, once published, will be on Amazon.com like Cry the Panther is.
So, in other words, you're going to write a book?
Oh, it's in progress. Very much so. I've got a very tight outline, and I'm going back to January 1978 when Chapter 1, when I had a glimpse of something of what I call swamp dweller. That triggered, I'll tell you the other thing about this is that in tracking Panther, I come on to Bigfoot physical evidence inside of 23 years. The parallel is so intriguing. And I would get on to something on Bigfoot, and I would go off tracking Bigfoot. And I must tell you, I only told 2 other people over the years until recently about my experience with Bigfoot. One was what I always termed my swamp mentor, a wonderful man that lived in the Everglades. He has since passed away and gone to Forever Island, but he known him for over 20 years, and I would sit with him under oak trees and talk to him about these things. And, when I would have these experiences. And another very dear friend of mine was a half-breed Seminole Indian, and he was nicknamed Gator, and he had seen one as a kid. And so it was easy for me to talk to, those people, those guys, but very hard to come forward because of it needed a long range, what I term long range gathering of physical evidence, and always on the outlook that one day I might see one. Inside of 21 years, it happens. So that might be helpful to the listeners a little bit.
It might be. Did this creature make any noise?
Oh, yeah. Well, not at the time I had the sighting. But at other key experiences, yes. And I have labeled them quickly as they had come and gone. I kind of I kind of describe them as like savage cries, crawling yows, and very gentle squeaks. It was quite intriguing, the gentle squeaks. Not something menacing, more like communication, eerie though it sounds. And at one point, I had another person with me that also heard these sounds. So I've got another witness as far as the sounds go.
All right. As long as we're on the subject of sounds, I have one that I want to play for you, James. This is said to be, by Linda Moulton Howe, the authentic sound of a Bigfoot, and I simply would like to play it. This was obtained at night out in the woods, recorded by some gentlemen who claim this absolutely is the sound of a Bigfoot. Check this one out, folks. That sound is generally agreed to be the sound of a real Bigfoot. Any reaction, James?
Yeah, our sounds were extremely similar to that, and oddly enough, it was in the early evening, and what I refer to as long yowls. But our yowls were much more distinct, and it might be because, that was recorded on tape and at a distance. That might have something to do with that sound.
Yeah, that was obviously at a distance. You could hear kind of an echoey reverb type sound to it, so it was at a pretty good distance, and you would imagine it would have that sound at a good distance. So you're saying something closer could have been quite like that.
Well, ours was closer. Ours was, we calculated that the first sounds we heard were roughly not more than 60 yards away, and the second set of sounds that we heard were probably about a football field away at least. But clearly much sharper, and obviously I didn't have a tape recorder to put the mic out and grab it at that point.
If I were to hear that sound in the middle of the forest or the middle of the swamp, I think that I'd lose it. I mean, completely.
It goes right through you. I gotta tell you. But I'll tell you something else. Because of that sound and the sighting that I had, I specifically set up on a full moon. I night tracked my hairy guy, so to speak, for an afternoon and night and into the morning hours till daybreak. I actually night tracked him.
You found tracks?
No, I night tracked him.
What does that mean? Explain night tracking.
Well, basically what I did was I set up a study unit, a tracking unit, where I had sighted him. And I drew a circle roughly 1.25 miles around that particular area. And then, and this was on the third day, late in the afternoon, I went in at night and set up in camouflage and set also what I referred to as chemical scent with the intention of hopefully drawing him in close enough to where I would get another sighting of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I set up on the ground, camouflage on the ground that time. Most of the time I'm up in a tree, but this time I thought it might be wiser to be on the ground totally camouflaged. And I didn't get a night sighting of him, but I did really feel a wild presence. And anybody that's been out in the woods for any length of time and trackers that do night track know what I'm talking about. You can actually feel the presence of an animal in the area without seeing them. And this was what I call a mega wild presence. And he was there.
I recently, James, went to Africa, South Africa.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Fantastic.
And I was about to verify something you just said. In other words, we had with us a South African native, a tracker, and he would sit on the front of the Jeep as we would go through this area. We were way off in, actually about 200 miles north of Johannesburg, a pretty dangerous area in a lot of ways. And the tracker would hear things or see things or sense things. I'm not really sure which. I mean, long before anybody else, the driver of the vehicle or any of us in it, he would just hold his hand up and the vehicle would stop. And sure as hell, in a place where you could never see it or sense it or know it, there would be an animal. Every single time that was true. And it was a tracker's, I don't know what, special hearing, special sense, special what? You would know.
It's what I term, first off, it comes, everybody says it's a sixth sense. And I tend to believe that over the years you actually develop that ability. Like you would develop a muscle, you would develop your senses, your physical senses, but you need, in my opinion, a great deal more than that in tracking animals, or just taking a walk in the swamp. And I go back, I carry it a step further, the sixth sense, I call it swamp sense. And you could call it instinct or what have you, but there are signs out there that animals leave, and if you look very closely and you listen, you can detect them. And, obviously someone out of the middle of New York, well, I shouldn't say New York because there's a lot of instincts working in New York, but people who are not out in the swampland or in the wilds, they have that sense. You have it. It just needs to be developed and brought out. And then you could go out after a development stage and be able to pick up these and detect these things as well. I think everybody's got it.
Yeah, maybe we do. Does it have something to do with our basic survival instincts? In other words, to know when something is close to you or what?
Yeah. I go back to, I carry it a step further too. It's also a matter of focus and attitude, the reason why you're out there to begin with. And then the overall canopy on that is obviously for survival purposes. If you're night tracking at night in swampland, where do you not go and where do you stay away from so you won't step on a gator or a poisonous water moccasin, that type of thing. And that's through training, but there's an overall survival instinct, in my opinion, that works there to actually protect you.
And that's something that you can't quite put a finger on. It's just something that develops.
It develops. It develops. You can do it consciously to an extent, but then you'll find yourself naturally using it. It's there. It seems to be there when you need it. And what we were mentioning just about when I was talking about a wild presence, you can feel it. You can actually feel it. I can feel it mentally, but also on a physical level. I mean, I'll have chills go down the back of my spine. I'll feel goosebumps come all over my arms. I know something's around. Absolutely 100% certain. If you would wait till the following morning, we would go over into that area like a magnet, and we would find tracks or something to tell us that there was an animal there at that time.
Well, let me tell you something. Men in combat develop the same kind of thing with respect to when there is an enemy present or when they're about to walk into an ambush. Not every time,
right?
But real combat veterans develop that sense, and it's nothing you can quite put a finger on,
right?
And it's something just a little bit past normal caution. It's coming from a part of their brain that we can't quite discern.
Yeah,
I think a very primitive part of our brain.
I think you're right. I think it's there. Going through Marine Corps training and then going to Vietnam on
there you
night
are.
patrol or night ambush, it's. I think that's where I got it. To be honest with you, I think that's where it developed and it never left me. So when I came to the Glades and went into the swamp, it was like going home, and it was a very comfortable, pleasant experiences for me, and I've never gotten away from it.
That's amazing. So then, What do you conclude? You sort of said it earlier, or started to say it. What do you really conclude Bigfoot is?
Yeah, I have kind of like what I call a working theory on this, and it's sort of to get a handle on the whole thing. Because of my very peculiar, most of the time bizarre experiences that would occur with the Bigfoot phenomena all the way through these 23 years, and I must tell you, is occurring as I'm tracking now. It is easy to say, it is easy for someone to say, oh, well, you saw a primate that has not been discovered and labeled yet. You know, that, to me, that's a cop-out. I think it's much more than that. And you can only draw parallels, they didn't even believe the gorilla existed until the early 1900s, and now, we can take pictures of gorillas and videos of gorillas sitting there eating their vegetation. I think this is a species that is so well adapted, and I'll just deal with the Everglades. He is so totally adapted to the Everglades. He really has no use for human beings. And here we have an unknown species, a very select species that is very much a part of our ecosystem, that has yet to been wholly proven his place in the food chain to begin with. So I can't just simply say, oh, well, it's just a primate. That is not enough for me. I say it is an unknown species, but it is a species that has a great deal of talent and ability to hide and stay away from human beings, and that makes for a very intelligent species.
Intelligent species. That's where we'll pick up. Now, I guess I can walk and chew gum, too, because during our conversation in this last 15 minutes, I have scanned the two photographs in question. They are quite remarkable. One of them includes the plaster cast of the Bigfoot foot. You won't believe the size of this damn thing. So shortly I'll send these to Keith, and we'll get them on the website. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. You know what turned me on to this song? When I saw the movie Slapshot with Paul Newman. Remember that? They used this song in that movie, and I thought it fit so well. That was a funny movie. All right, well, we're talking about Bigfoot this night. If you have questions, we're about to get the lines open for Jim McMullen. Now, I have scanned the two photographs in question and actually sent them off to Keith. How soon they will get there, it's anybody's guess. I would guess in the next 10 or 15 minutes, if we're lucky. And then Keith will reduce them in size for me, because I sent them big, and we'll get them up on the website. We'll tell you all about them. All right. In a moment, we'll get back to my guest and Bigfoot and an environmental question while we're at it, and then we'll go to the phones. Jim McMullen just around the corner. There is one other candidate for a Bigfoot sound, which I have held on to for a number of years now. I am not quite as convinced by this one, but it certainly is a terrorizing sound. Imagine being in the forest at night and hearing the following. Any comment, James?
Yeah, I'll tell you something interesting right off. It sounded like more than one. The reason I'm a little bit intrigued with that sound, I must also tell you that it sounded a little mechanical.
Could have been. I don't know. It could have been.
It seemed to be more than one.
Whatever it was horrendously tortured.
And it sounds very close.
I know, very close indeed. Those are the two Bigfoot sounds I have. I'm having people begging me to play the other one I played, and I'll try and get to it as a program moves forward. But
out of curiosity, where did those sounds come from? I mean, what part of the the world?
The first one I played, I'm sorry, I don't recall now. Linda Moulton Howe originally supplied it to me, and this one has been played for various animal experts who all seem to uniformly say they thought it was legit. The first one, not the second one.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm sorry, I don't recall now just exactly where it came from. The minute I heard it, I said, "Oh, Linda, you've got to send that to me right away," and she did. And I've used it throughout the years. So I'm sorry, I wish I could answer your question directly, but I can't.
Curious.
All I know is I wouldn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Now, intelligence, that's what we were talking about toward the bottom, going into the bottom of the hour. To stay away from human beings, to not be tracked, to not be caught,
right.
After all of these years, and people like yourself who are experts at this, this creature would indeed have to be intelligent, wouldn't it? Or we'd have it already.
In my opinion, supremely intelligent. To have evaded any known capture, although you talk about, somebody has elsewhere has ended up shooting one, and there's no record, there's no physical evidence, but the story comes up. But to have evaded the human species all these years, never captured,
would require intelligence.
Never shot. Now, although there was one sighting where a security guard on the East Coast claimed that he did shoot something that ran off that had to be the general outline of a Bigfoot. That's unverified, though, because there was no physical evidence gathered on it, and relying on the sighting. But the security guard was very straightforward, and when you hear his account, it is intriguing. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we have here a species that we really don't have a handle on it yet. We can't begin to fathom all of its abilities and talents, but in my opinion, they're incredible. I've here into my 23rd year, and it took all of that time to develop the evidence that I've gotten so far, plus seeing one. And I must tell you, when I had my sighting in August of 1997, I did not go public with that. I did not find physical evidence until October of 1998. That's where that one of those the track that you see in the photo there came from.
Right. Okay, let me try this approach. If Bigfoot is a real physical being, intelligent, a leftover, a throwback, whatever we imagine it to be, a real physical being, then though we might not have found Bigfoot, shouldn't we be finding a Bigfoot residence, a Bigfoot lair? I don't know what you would call it, but
I did.
I beg your pardon?
I found what I believe to be down here we call it bush cave or vegetal den, and I found one. Okay.
Okay.
And it's one I go in great detail in the book about that.
Go into some detail here, please. What did you find?
Well, basically what it is an extremely remote area. In fact, I was tracking deer at the time, tracking deer to find panther tracks. And people know what I'm talking about. Deer is prey of the panther, so a lot of times you would track the prey to find the panther. In the process, I came on to a bush cave. It was a huge tree overhang, very dense. You had to get down on your knees to go into it. I thought in the beginning that it may have been a black bear lair or a female setting up to have cubs, that sort of thing. So I was very cautious when I went into this bush cave, vegetal den. I had to crawl in. Interesting enough, when I was on all fours, the tree overhangs, the branches were roughly about 3 feet above me. Okay, so in I went, and when I went in there, I had a very good smell of the scent. People down here, again, call them skunk apes. So we're talking about basically the species smells like a skunk, but it looks like an ape. But I carry it much further than that. And what I smelled was a very thick, not skunky smell, but more sweat and like real wet leather and a very strong, like something that has been burnt. Okay.
Oh my!
And in I went, And I have to tell you that there were two impressions that if they were a lay-down site, resting site, in the back part, and this thing was probably roughly about maybe 15 feet in diameter. So it wasn't a big one. And the only reason I went in there is because my eye caught this hole in the vegetation. There were two lay-down sites, and if they were black bear lay-down sites, that puts those bears enormous, okay? And you could even see the impressions on the dead leaves of where the creature had laid out its long arm, and it weighed down into the leaves like he had his head down on his arm, okay? I measured one of the resting sites, the lay-down sites, and it appeared to be somewhere in the area of 6.5 feet long. The reason that was, it wasn't 6.5 feet. It was more like 7 or over 7 feet long. But it appeared as though there was a knee indentation in the leaves itself, to where it looked like, we'll assume it's Bigfoot, had brought its knees up a little bit. Okay,
I've got you. So in other words, the total length, when measured out, would be more like 7 feet.
Yeah, that I allowed about a foot there because it looked like he had brought the leg. But there were two of those, which was interesting, and one was a little bit smaller than the other. So I know what you're thinking now. We have a mating couple here. I don't know. What I did was, totally intrigued, there I was in the midst of, and this was in the 80s, there I was in the midst of another incident with the Bigfoot phenomena. So I staked the place out for 3 days, and nothing happened. No one came back. I continually went back there, and I'll tell you something interesting about it. Only one time did it look like something visited it again. And then after that, I found raccoon tracks going in it, possum tracks going in it, that type of thing.
No Bigfoot.
So he left. And I'm wondering...
Again, the implication, intelligence, he may have been just a step or two ahead of you in the intuitive category and found you before you found him. Or them.
Or or they might have picked up my scent, and this place is no good anymore. We have to move on because now somebody found us. Let me
tell you how good technology is. We now have the photographs on the website. So if people go to my website and scroll down to the name James McMullen in the guest area, they will find two photographs. One that says photo collage, and the other says Bigfoot cast. Now, photo collage shows, in fact, a couple of pictures of panthers. James, are these panthers that you found in Florida?
Which ones are they? I'm trying to remember what I said.
Well, there's a picture of you in the center. There's a duck in the picture in the center. It looks like a duck. And then
I see. I got you.
There's a panther in the upper left-hand corner and the bottom right-hand corner.
No, that's my baby. I raised a panther from baby to adulthood.
You're kidding.
No. And I named the panther, it was a female, Tracker.
How in the world... James, I have cats. I have 3 cats. And I can only imagine... In fact, I really can't imagine something 25 or 30 times the size of my cat or 100 times the size of my cat. Even in play, such an animal would rip your guts out without even thinking about it. How could you have that as a...
Well, Tracker was a one-man cat, and she adapted to my behavior early on as a cub. And you have to understand she was with me for over 16 years. I must also tell you that she did not live in my house.
Good.
No. Only one time when we had, well, actually 2 times. We had a big blow once down here, and I brought her into the house. And when Hurricane Andrew went through, I brought her into the house for obvious reasons. But she, for the most part, except when she was a cub, she lived outside in the pineland forest. A friend of mine had a nice setup out in the tree line, and we set her up out there in an enclosed area with a roof on it. And I would take her with me out into the swamp, and it was kind of a parallel. She was like my swamp teacher, teaching me about the behavior and the movements of the panther in the wilds.
Okay, well, this will give some idea to the people of the kind of person you are then. And then, of course, the second photograph with this, how big was this foot? I know,
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, your hand, you know, you've got your hand there toward the back of it, and my God, that foot must be, if I were going to guess, I'd say more than 2 feet long.
No, oddly enough, it must be the way the shot was taken. The general measurement is it's 14 inches long from toe to heel.
14.
And if you go up on to just underneath the toes, the widest part of the track, it goes across a little over 7 inches.
7 inches across.
So it's 14 inches by 17 inches. By the way, that's if we have time, we'll go into the track. That's a very deteriorated track, and I found 7 tracks, and that was the best one, and that's the one that I took the plaster cast of.
All right, and those photographs, folks, are on my website right now, The Magic of Technology. While I was doing the interview, I actually scanned them, sent them off to Keith. Boom, he got them, put them up on the website like that. So if you want to see this Bigfoot cast of the foot, and you want to see the photo collage, go to my website at www.artbell.com. Scroll down to James McMullen. I guess this would be the first time they've been up on a website?
Absolutely.
All right. And you will see something people have not seen before. Well, we've got a lot of people that would like to talk to you, so let me bring a few on very quickly. First-time caller line, you're on the air with James McMullen. Hi.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Peter.
Peter, you're going to have to yell at us a little bit. Where are you?
Well, I'm in Yakima, Washington,
All right.
KIT.
Oh, yes, sir.
Tell you what, I've got a couple of facts that you've kind of touched on, and I think maybe you don't know, or at least would like to know.
All right.
Clark County, Washington, passed a law about, oh my gosh, it must have been at least 20 years ago, that it is illegal to shoot a Sasquatch and kill it.
I'll be there.
Yeah, Clark County, Washington. That's when you're leaving Portland, Oregon, you drive into Washington. That's the county you hit. Vancouver.
Well, there must have been...
Is it still on the books?
Yeah.
Yeah, there must have been some reason why they passed that law.
Well, at the time that I read when the law first went into effect, they were curious about Sasquatch, and only because I think their county extends up to the southern boundary of Mount St. Helens National Park, or National Volcanic Monument, as it's really called. And Ape Cave is not too far from their boundary, only about 5 miles.
Ape Cave.
Yeah, which is in Ape Canyon. And there had been some sightings there years past. And I think Clark County merely determined that since we don't know what this critter is, and since it seems to be somewhat humanoid, why would somebody want to shoot it? I mean, capture it maybe, but don't kill it. And they actually passed that law. And that's still on the books.
And it's still on the books.
Yeah.
All right. James?
Well, obviously, I think it should be revised. There is a grand opportunity, Pacific Northwest area, where you could introduce, since there is a law on the books now that could introduce the possibility of putting at least an Endangered Species Act on it as well. It sounds to me like people are quite convinced that Sasquatch is out there.
Apparently. As you are well aware, there have been many, many sightings in the Northwest. Mm-hmm. But that would seem to say something. In other words, if there are sightings in the Northwest, which has one very distinctive kind of weather, very different from what you would have in the Everglades, that would seem to suggest that Bigfoot, like a human being, is capable of surviving in all sorts of environments, huh?
Very much so. And I also might add that the state of Florida's gathering of sightings is in the United States is the second location in the United States as far as number of sightings go. And, of course, Pacific Northwest, and then it's Florida, and then it goes on down the list then.
Well, then here's an obvious question. What about the rest of the world? Would Bigfoot be indigenous just to North America, or are there reports from South America, the Australian continent, Europe, Africa? What about the rest of the world?
Yes, I've been following that as closely as I can, and there is a world map that I believe it's on a website. I brought it out on a website, and there was red dots literally all over the world. In China, in Russia, you name it, there's red dots spotted all over the world. And going back to what you just said, here is an extremely adaptable species. They quite literally can adapt to a cold weather climate as well as subtropical and then down into South America of tropical. It's incredible.
Actually, that would make it more adaptable than we are. We require support, as in air conditioning or heating or protection from the elements to some greater degree than they obviously do. So that would make them more adaptable to climatic changes than we are.
Yes, yeah, very much so. Totally adapted to the wild environment. It baffles me all the time.
All right, James. We're going to try and lay into the phone lines heavily. Again, the photographs that I scanned while we were doing the interview, that's really fun, are on the website right now. Thank you very much, Keith Rowland. Just scroll down to the guest area, James McMullen's name, and you'll see photo collage and Bigfoot cast. And if you want to see one mama of a Bigfoot, wait till you see this sucker. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. You're listening to James McMullen, who has been a tracker all his life. James also was in Vietnam, in the Marine Corps, as a matter of fact, 1st Marine Division, General Walt's Amphibious Landing Force, wounded in action. He received the Purple Heart. So this is a serious man embarking on a serious endeavor to find and prove the existence of Bigfoot, which he has seen. There are photographs on my website that you should see. You'll find it under the newest site editions area, and you'll also find it down near James McMullen's name. You'll find links to the cast of the foot that he made, and that sucker is big. That's on my website now at www.artbell.com. Go take a look and let me know what you think. Okay, back now to James McMullen, and we're going to lay heavily into the phone lines this hour. James, are you there?
Yes. Art, remind me to tell you about the Bigfoot Disappearing Act as I experienced back in the late 80s when we have a chance.
All right. Okay, let me take a couple of these calls, and we'll do that. Wildcard line, you're on the air with James McMullen and Art Bell. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's Greg in El Cajon, California.
Hi, Greg.
Hi. James, nice to speak to you this evening.
Yeah.
I have two questions, if I may. The first, in your opinion, James, is Bigfoot a lost member of the human gene pool, or do you feel Bigfoot was present here on Earth before the dawn of man?
Wow. Well, again, I think it's impossible for us at this point to verify with physical evidence that hit in relation to the gene pool. We do need some really hardcore DNA sampling, and the best way to do that is with skin sample, blood sample, hair sample. To a point, it shows unknown species, but in talking with anthropologists, they would be much more satisfied if they had a fragment of skin, possibly blood. I mean, that's asking a whole lot.
Okay.
What was the other part of the question?
The last part of the question. The first question was if, in your opinion, that the Sasquatch had been here before the dawn of man.
Yeah. Now, that gets into the intriguing mythology, again, down here with the Seminole and the Miccosukee Indian, and they talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about how the animals were here before us, but more important, S.D. Japjeki was here as well before human beings. And it's mythology, but it is so intriguing that you begin to wonder if there isn't something to that historically.
Well, okay. And my last question is just a very short question. I'll just jump off and listen afterwards. The Patterson film, in your opinion, authentic or hoax? Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
I tell you, sometimes when I see the Patterson film on a Monday, I'm, just internally intrigued on it. on Friday, if I look at it, I have questions on it. But I go a lot by what the scientists have done in relation to analyzing it, and it comes up, in my opinion, more authentic than hoax. And for someone to have hoaxed what the scientists have come up with in relation to analyzing the film, someone would have to be a genius, absolutely a genius to have pulled it off.
Well, let me pin you on the wall here.
Sure.
Would you be more likely to believe that Bigfoot is a real physical artifact that doesn't come and go and disappear, or that Bigfoot is a paranormal event? And something I surely don't rule out. I wonder which way if you were pushed up against the wall, which would you grasp?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I had an experience, the closest, I guess, that I'm going to get with in relation to paranormal on just what you said there. I was coming back from a place called Dead Man's Slough during the rainy season, and I was roughly in a foot of water. And as I was walking along, I heard someone pounding on, like, a big log. And there wasn't anything arithmetic about it, but it sounded like someone had a big club and they were pounding on this log off in a sable palm hammock, which was roughly about not more than 50 yards away at the most. So as I was working my way over to the hammock to take a look at who was in there, thinking maybe somebody might be making a shack or something, it stopped. And I entered the hammock. I went up and I found this huge oak tree that had fallen down and was half hollowed out, and there was a big, huge branch laying down next to it, and it appeared as though the tree itself, the log itself, had been beat upon to where the bark was falling off. At that point, I heard someone running away from the hammock in the opposite side. And out of curiosity, which gets me in a lot of trouble all the time, I chased after whoever it was. And as I came outside the tree line and around the hammock, I could still hear, I couldn't see, but I could still hear the individual running. And it was a big person. It was someone with big boots on, that sort of thing. And so I chased it, and I began to find in the sable palm fronds that have fallen down and the leaves and the mud, blotches. And didn't stop to measure at that point, but there was a pretty wide stride in there. All of a sudden, and I could hear him running up ahead. All of a sudden, the running stopped. And I thought, well, the guy stopped. He's going to see who's chasing him. I very cautiously walked under this tree overhang and around into the open on a wet prairie, and he was gone. And I have to tell you, the tracks were gone, too.
The tracks were gone, too. So is that what you were referring to when you said disappearing act?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, that would imply something supernatural.
Well,
obviously.
It was a bit unnerving, obviously, but I was baffled. And it wasn't that much of high ground that he had run up on, but what intrigued me more was that the sound of the running stopped. And when I got there, there was nobody there. Now, when I backtracked, I measured a couple of the strides of the blotches, and it was 54 inches. 54 inches between two of those tracks. That makes for a pretty big stride. And I tracked that area for at least another half hour and found absolutely nothing. I'm as baffled as the next tracker on something like that.
This is what I love about this kind of subject. You can't quite pin it down to the normal or the paranormal, and it might be either one or both. And I'm sure for somebody who's a real meat and potatoes kind of, tracker like yourself, somebody who's really out there doing this thing every day or nearly every day, it's hard for you to accept a virtual disappearance. It's like talking about a ghost.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I went back there to that same hammock, thinking that somebody was going to show up again and start beating on that. I can't imagine why whoever it was or what it was beating on the log with that huge branch. There was no rhythm to it.
That's another thing that I've heard about Bigfoot, that it can be attracted or communicated with in some manner by beating on a log, by beating on a tree stump or whatever. You know about that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a possibility. I'm wondering, this may sound very far-fetched, but what if, for the sake of discussion, this particular Bigfoot was banging on that log to communicate with another one, and I just happened to come sloshing along in a foot of water and scared him off. You know what I mean?
Not exactly unheard of, since Native Americans beat on drums for communication, yes?
Yeah.
All right. East of the Rockies.
Intriguing. It's just terribly intriguing.
East of the Rockies, if you're there, you're on the air with James McMullen and Art Bell. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
All right.
I'm Eric from Iowa, and I was wondering, now you said the climates and whatnot. Well, I heard something really scary. I haven't really seen it, but I was down in the backwoods, and I heard something like take off through the brush, and I do know what deer and whatnot sound like, you know. And this took very big steps, very long strides, and broke a lot of branches, and then it was just like silence. But of course, I turned tail and ran the other direction.
That would have been my move too.
The question I have for James is, what do you think of having like the Bigfoot or Yeti or whatnot, you know, in this area here? You know, it's
in Iowa. Yeah, you have sightings in, I'd say, several sightings. I believe it's in the southeastern. Is there a wilderness tract down in the southeastern Iowa there?
I'm living on the Mississippi side along the bluffs. So
okay, along the Mississippi towards. I can't think of the town right now, but let's just deal with your area there. Along the Mississippi in the southeastern part of Iowa, there is red dot sightings of Bigfoot in that area. So I'm not surprised to hear that you may have stumbled onto it. Was that during the daytime when you?
This was night, you know.
Is it night?
So yeah, it was nighttime, and I've heard deer, like I said, and I've heard other things, but this just, you know, it scared the bejeebies out of me.
Yeah, that's much worse. Nighttime is much worse.
Yeah, you know.
You didn't go back there that night and check for tracks?
Oh no, actually we were going back to see, because my friend of mine seen a tall object moving through. Okay, so we go back. And we got flashlights. And next thing we know, some goes running off through the woods. And, of course, you know, the first reaction I had was to turn around, tail, and run, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty big guy myself. You know, I can make a lot of noise, but this thing had been much larger than me.
Yeah.
All right. James, another to-the-wall question for you.
Yeah.
If you were in the wilderness, in the woods, in the Everglades, wherever, and you saw a Bigfoot, I take it that you don't go in these areas without a gun, even though you don't use it. No doubt you have a gun, right?
No, I don't.
I have
never carried a pistol, a gun, grenade, machine gun, or anything of that nature into the Everglades. I have a Swiss hunting knife that I take with me.
A Swiss hunting knife.
No weapons whatsoever across the board, ever.
Well,
I take into the Everglades.
If you were out in the middle of nowhere and you ran into one of these things, like the one you saw, and I'm setting up a scenario here, and it was coming toward you with obvious intent to do you some sort of harm, what would Jim McMullen do?
Well, at that point, there's one thing. Well, obviously you're not going to be able to run away from them. I have a theory here. Follow me on this. I've been in those areas that you talk about, and I seek out the remote areas that are left in the Everglades. And for 23 years, I've been doing that. And here's Bigfoot roaming in the tree line and has never once stepped out to grab me and take my head off for one reason or another. So my working theory is that he would not do that. Now watch. Next Saturday night I'll go tracking and he'll walk up on me.
Well,
I tell you something interesting about that. I have a tremendous love for Mother Nature, and I am very sincere about my efforts to help save it, and that is my attitude all the time, whether I'm in the swamp or not. Carrying that a step further is my hope that the food chain, the animals that live out there, understand that I'm not harming their critical habitats. And I have a theory that maybe, just maybe, when I'm walking along those trails over the years, that there may well have been Bigfoot watching me, and I'm doing no harm, so he just moves on.
May well have been, but I've got to say, even with everything I said and the story I told you about the squirrel and everything else, if I was out in the wilderness, I can assure you I would have some sort of protection against an animal, a bear, whatever it would be, that might decide I was part of the food chain.
Yeah, I understand that.
So you got a lot of guts going out there with nothing but a camera.
Well, it's the way, again, I have to tell you that I have had bear come onto me. I have been in neck-deep water with alligators on the other side of logs. I have come out of the waterline, look up, and there sits the rattlesnake. You know, there were many times there where, I could have quite easily bought the farm, and nothing happened, ever. And I'm not saying that it would never happen, but here I am 23 years down the trail and still cooking on all 4 burners with no problem.
Well, that's a good point. First-time caller line, you're on the air with James McMullen. Where are you, please?
Vancouver, Canada.
Well, hi.
Hi, it's Terry here. I used to live up in the wilderness and on the coast here in Canada, Western Canada, and I've had 2 stories I want to tell you, and then the question will be obvious. One is I was in a tiny little town up just south of the Yukon border, and the people up there in those years were very non-metaphysical and somewhat fundamentalist Christian.
Sure.
And if you saw a Sasquatch up in those years, you wouldn't mention it. And I ran into one fellow, he was a prospector up there, who saw one, and he said it took him 5 years before he admitted seeing it. And he said what had happened is he was driving down the road in his pickup, and he said they've got the ability to put some kind of spell on you. They become so still that you don't notice. He says he drove by something, and it's very, very peaceful up there, and people's minds get very peaceful, and I guess he had gotten into a very sort of meditative state of mind, and he realized that he had driven by something, and he stopped. He says, hold it, no, there's something going on here, and he stopped, and he backed up, and he could see in his rearview mirror that there was this Sasquatch, and he says it was absolutely still, and he said it could put some kind of hoodoo on you so that you didn't notice it. And he came up, he backed up beside it, and it remained absolutely still. And he looked at it for a while, and then it turned and walked away. That's one story I've got for you. The other story is I used to spend time in logging camps, and I used to hang out with this Indian fellow who had been raised in an Indian village, and he was an extremely peaceful type, too. And he told me that his grandfather and his grandfather's friends used to tell him about seeing Sasquatches in the bush. And he said that the grandparents talked about the very wide and slow strides that these huge creatures took.
Yes.
And I wonder if the word Sasquatch doesn't actually relate to the length of their stride. And it's interesting to think because this Indian fellow was an extremely peaceful person, one of the most peaceful I've ever met in my life.
All right, well, let's ask Jim about that. Jim, the word, from where is the word Sasquatch derived?
Sasquatch goes, again, back to Native American. I've gotten 2 general definitions of Sasquatch. One, interesting enough, the Seminole, Choctaw Seminole down here call him Sasquatch as well as the Native Americans, throughout North America. And I'm still getting, there's 2. There's tall, hairy man, and the other one is wise, wild man. So I'm wondering if Native American out in, Pacific Northwest Canada, if that isn't pretty close to what they define it as well. Yeah. And interesting, he's talking about I have to tell you, and this is a one-liner, but there have been times in the past, and I'm sure there will be in the future, where I would be tracking, let's say on high ground, high dry ground, sandy soil, and have a definite purpose and going from A to B, and my goal is to do 3 miles, walking down the backcountry through pine. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, I'm turning in another direction and end up circling back to where I began. And I'm wondering, and then having tracked that area maybe 2 or 3 days later, I do the same area going in the same direction and do the complete 1.5 miles or the 3 miles with no reason to take a left or take a right. I'm just wondering with the gentleman, with his stories, if there might be something to that looking for Bigfoot, tracking because all of a sudden he doesn't want me to go into a particular area. So he puts me off, and again, we're talking theory, but he puts me off in another direction.
So, to go back to my original question, if a Bigfoot was moving toward you with obvious intent to do harm, your reaction would be to simply stand your ground and say, "Good Bigfoot, good Bigfoot." I mean, you said you wouldn't run, so what other alternatives are there?
Well, here's my problem. I can't think of anything in the food chain in the Everglades itself, any animal, poisonous or not, reptile, name it, that I have any fear of. However,
well, there are
cautious.
There are man-killing bears, aren't there?
Well, we have black bear down here, and
hold on, Jim. We'll pick up on this when we get back from the break. I believe there are, or maybe that's just in the movies. All right. Back now to James McMullen. And, James, I want to ask you this. I may watch too many movies. I love movies. And Anthony Hopkins is probably one of my favorite actors, maybe even my favorite actor. I really like Anthony Hopkins. He did a movie called The Edge. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
In that, there was a man-killing bear. It does, I believe, occasionally occur that a bear finds man to be an appropriate part of the food chain.
Yeah.
Now, so that is true?
Yes, absolutely. Even with black bear down here.
So it's possible you could run into something that would regard you as dinner?
Yes. I must confess that twice in 23 years I was approached by black bear. At neither time I didn't feel that I was in danger, except one time this particular bear put me into a water line so I could put distance between us, and oddly enough, the bear did not come into the water. The other time that a bear came onto me, I don't think the bear even saw me, because I was bent over looking at a thorn spider inside of a wax myrtle bush, and he was coming from my right in high grass. We both looked at each other, saw that we were definitely wrong, and quite literally, we both ran in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is if you were to give somebody advice, if they were to come upon a bear and you're staring at each other for that second, both no doubt in some form of terror, is it best to be still or run?
Well, I tell you what, in my opinion, I would run to the nearest tree I could climb and get up as high as I can. I know that people have read these articles in some of the magazines about if a bear approaches you, lay down and act like you're dead. And I ain't about to do that with black bear and surely not a grizzly or brown. There are too many incidents where bears have got in close to humans and did a real job on them. I'll take my chances running and climbing that tree or jumping into a river. I must tell you, though, Art,
yes.
One of the chapters in my Bigfoot book, we were talking about coming eye to eye with Bigfoot. Well, one of the chapters that I'm dealing with in the book is called Dark Wild Eyes. And I did, in a sense, come eye to eye with what I believe to be a Bigfoot. The problem is that it was roughly about 70 yards away from one tree line across the prairie to the other tree line.
Right.
And I was coming out of the tree line, but any time that I was coming out of a tree line, I always stopped, like, right on the edge of the tree line and do a scan of roughly 180 degrees back and forth to see if anything's crossing the prairie or there might be a panther on the other side or maybe have a sighting of a deer feeding, something like that. And I kept going past this tree line, and I thought that I could see two eyes inside of the trees and inside of some cell phone looking back at me. And they riveted me to the spot. And it was like we were staring at each other. And I wasn't even sure what I was staring at because all I saw was shadow and two dark, wild eyes staring back at me.
I wouldn't do that, Jim. All right, we've got a lot of people here. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Jim McMullen. Hi. Where are you, please?
This is Dutch. I'm in Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm an over-the-road truck driver. I've been listening to you for quite a long time. I've got to comment on the whole Sasquatch thing.
Sure.
I've been following the story for a long time, the TV, movies, the books. I've read a lot of books on the subject. Now, obviously, these things are very intelligent. I mean, even with the encroachment of a human civilization, they've remained hidden. We've never really had any real contact with them or anything. We have a few sightings, whatever. And so they avoid us for all this time. Why don't we just leave them alone? I mean, if they wanted to contact us, we would have already. I mean, they've probably observed us for all these centuries, and they see the nature of mankind. We kill everything, we destroy everything we get a hold of.
Well, the caller makes a very, very good point, Jim. If they are that intelligent, then maybe they have made, with regard to us, the intelligent decision?
Yeah. And I happen to agree with that person very much. It's one thing to track the thrill of tracking an unknown species and developing physical evidence to prove that he exists, but it doesn't mean that we should go out there and harm his critical habitat or, in fact, try to capture him. And then the bottom line is what the caller said: leave him alone. They have never, ever done us any harm, although Seminole have a couple of stories in relation to women disappearing. But beyond that, there's never been any killings by Bigfoot of human beings, at least down here, and I don't know.
Now, you mean there are stories that they have carried off our women?
Yeah, oh, yeah. That is a very strong, and if you're talking with Seminole and they bring this up and, you even so much as crack a smile on that smile, they're very offended. And those stories come way back when the Seminole, the original tribes that make up the Seminole came down here. And they would, they're not a lot, but occasionally one of their women would be at night pulled out of the village, and the next morning they would find these huge tracks leading off into the swamp and water, and the woman was never heard of again.
Well, Jim, I say this seriously. There are a lot of missing people, and a lot of them are women. Cases that are simply never solved.
Yeah. Wow.
Just something to think about, I suppose. Wildcard line, you're on the air with James McMullen. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Andy from Largo, Florida.
Hi, Andy.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. I got a good documentary on Bigfoot, and in it, Dr. Grover Krantz, an archaeologist, talks about from the early 80s, 82 to 85, Washington had a problem with organized posses approaching the backwoods looking to hunt a Bigfoot,
right?
Which led to a law in Skamania County saying anyone caught shooting a Bigfoot would be fined $10,000 and put in jail. Personally, I don't think shooting one would be justified in any way.
Something that occurred to me? There are a lot of people said to be faking Bigfoot things, right?
Yep.
Well, if you were to put on a big old Bigfoot outfit and go tromping through the woods trying to freak somebody out, wouldn't the odds be real likely that you'd get shot?
Well, yes, exactly. They talk about that in the film, and also Grover Krantz talks about, for example, the Patterson film. He studied this and says, in his opinion, there's no way it could have been faked because looking at it, if you were to put a man in an ape suit, you'd have to break his arms and put a new hinge on the lower socket where it meets the elbow.
Yeah.
And there's just too much about it, scientifically proving it. They still consider it forbidden archaeology, though, but, it's people like your guest that get this stuff out and, good job.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. What about that with regard to the Patterson film? Were there movements that would have been impossible for a human being to make in that film?
Yeah, absolutely verified. Grover Krantz is one of the scientists that have studied that film, and absolutely verified of what your caller is talking about. And so it makes for, again, as I talked about earlier, this is what leads me to believe that Patterson did stumble onto one and had an opportunity to get her on film. And carry a step further, when you go through that scientific study and you read, when they really break it down, the stride, the swinging of the arms, the turning of the head with the shoulders, it's impossible for a human being to do that, but it is very likely that that makes the Patterson film even more authentic. And also, I'm very much aware of that law out there. That was one of the things that I researched to begin with, to see if there were any laws on the books protecting Sasquatch.
Well, surely they would not make a law without some serious reason for making it. I mean, obviously somebody had some very, very serious encounter to get something like that through. Otherwise, they'd be laughed out of the chambers that would be voting that law in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with James McMullen. Hi.
Howdy. This is Jim calling from a truck stop in Atlanta.
Oh, hi, Jim.
Howdy.
Thank you for taking all that trouble.
And I was wanting to ask your guest if he would speculate for just a moment if he believes that the Bigfoot is related to the great apes or if it represents a member of possibly Neanderthal.
To be honest with you, I can't comment on the Neanderthal end of it, but I can tell you that, generally speaking, I've talked to 6 anthropologists that have studied the Bigfoot phenomena, and all of them came up with this possibility that it may be an unknown species that very likely is primate. I mean, this is how they get a handle on it. But again, I care to step further and say that that's too short of an answer. There's got to be a lot more to it.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Here's an interesting bit of email. I don't know if I believe it or not, but it says, I'm not sure if it's really well known or not, but here in Washington State on our mountain highways, we actually have Sasquatch crossing signs.
Yeah.
They're few and far between, but they do exist here. I've seen one, but it's been a while. Is that true?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I've gotten, I don't have pictures of them, but I've gotten 2 calls from people on sightings that they mentioned that. That there are watch out for Sasquatch going across the road signs.
All right. If somebody would be kind enough to send me a photograph of one of those, I'd really love to have it. All right. Wow. Let's continue. West of the Rockies?
On the sign itself, there is a black figure of a Bigfoot in stride, if that would help.
I've got to see one of those. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with James McMullen and Art Bell. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call, Art.
Sure.
And, Jim, I always want to take an opportunity to thank those who've served our country.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. In listening to what you've had to say, it sounds as though over a 21 period in your search for the Florida Panther and your research on that you had developed an interest in the Bigfoot.
Yes.
And during the time when you had your first sighting, when you were in your van and trying to park and everything, if I remember correctly, you said that before you went out, that you had actually gone out to debunk that story, that there had been sightings, and that you had gone out there to debunk the story. So I'm wondering if you had so much interest.
Discount it. Yeah.
If you had the interest, why would you want to?
Oh, why would I try and discount it?
Right.
Well, there's a reason for that, because in the area where the initial sightings were taking place, this is the sighting flaps of August 1997, the summer of 1997. Actually, 2 weeks of July and then into the month of August and a little bit of September. There were a lot of stories flying back and forth that one of the reasons why there was these sudden reports of Skunk Ape Bigfoot in that area was to prepare the people in Everglades City and Ochapi and what have you. That area were preparing publicity set up to attract interest and tourists coming down in the fall. And being aware of all the physical evidence that I had gathered over the years, roughly 21 years at that point, the curiosity got the better part of me because there were 2 reporters down there doing the same thing and trying to discount all the sightings and make it kind of a joke. And I was not interested in discounting it to make it a joke. I was going to discount it if there was not physical evidence to back up the sightings. And there were some really intriguing sightings, and there was also a photograph that the fire chief down there took of something in the tree line that he saw. And I talked to those people, and they were very sincere with their efforts and all like that. And I was having a hard time discounting it. One of my approaches sometimes in situations like that, when you have sightings, is go in rather be an objective to discount it. And when you can't discount it, then you've got physical evidence that's going to come up to prove that, in fact, it existed. With me, I had a sighting of one, so that wiped out any possibility in the future of ever discounting Bigfoot in that particular area.
James,
and I would have a trouble discounting anything, any sighting on Bigfoot now.
James, okay, let's talk about one. On the newly revived Unsolved Mysteries, first or second episode, somebody writes, there was indeed a Bigfoot sighting that they showed on tape in Florida, somewhere in the Deep South anyway.
Yeah.
What do you make of that one?
Are you referring to the photographs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I saw 25 of the 27 photos that a guy down there by the name of Dave Shealy took. And, in fact, he called me up the next day after he had taken the pictures and wanted me to come out and take a look at them. And he had them in negatives, and some of them were also in print. And they're photos. It's not video, or videotape or anything, but there is a series of what I call a series of a behavioral series working there when you line them all up from right to left. And they're very intriguing. I mean, there's two photos in there that, just absolutely fantastic. One of them actually shows the back with the arms, stretched out a little bit, and he's coming up out of the water a little bit, and you can actually see the muscles twitching up in the back of the shoulders. Now, the people in the area here are quick to discount those photos. I have taken two of them, negative and prints, to two photographers and one photo analyst, and they could not find anything to indicate that there was a creature superimposed onto the negatives, or trying to hoax it, that sort of thing. They couldn't find anything wrong with it. One photographer had a problem with the height of the creature that you see in the photo. But for the most part right now, and I don't know if Mr. Shealy has taken these to be analyzed by others, in the Bigfoot circle. At least at this point, I don't know. It's pretty hard to discount these. Now, I have visited 4 times now and tracked directly in the area where Dave Shealy had taken those photos. And I was out there 3 days after he took the photos and tracked heavily all through there. But the problem was there's a water line there at that point, and there were no tracks at all whatsoever. So those photos have been offered by Dave Shealy to the Bigfoot community as very strong circumstantial evidence of Bigfoot in the Everglades.
Incredible. All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with James McMullen. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Kevin.
Where are you, Kevin?
I'm in St. Louis.
Okay, do you have a
Big
question?
50.
Yes, sir.
And I was gas fishing one time, like 2 years ago, down on the Missouri River. And I started hearing the brush start breaking.
Right.
Something getting closer and closer.
Right.
And I don't know, I thought it was people at first, but just kept getting closer and louder. And it was too dark to be people. And then it just came walking, and it stopped right up behind me. I didn't know what it was at that point. And I was shining my flashlight all over. It was pretty dark. And then it started hitting the tree behind me.
Hitting the tree?
It started hitting the tree real hard.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, oh, wow. And I was panicking. I think I might even screamed at it or something. And then it hit it again. And it hit it again, and the tree started coming over.
Oh.
And it started falling on me, almost. About, I would say, 3 feet from falling on me, the tip of the top of the tree.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. So I wasn't too worried about fishing then.
Well, what did you do?
Yeah.
What happened?
Excuse me?
What did you do?
I just froze and shined the flashlight on it. I was like, it was a fishing pole and a flashlight.
And so you
I
saw
was wishing I had a gun at that point.
Did you see it clearly?
Oh, I couldn't see what it was. It just kept shining and looking. Could not tell. It was too thick. And it's just a small little strip of woods.
I bet that's something you'll never forget, huh?
Oh, no.
All right. Thank you very much for relating all of that. Well, what a great pleasure it has been to have you on the air with us this night, Jim. Thank you very much. And when you do, I trust, obviously have a computer.
Yes, I do.
You've got to make it up to my website and see this Sasquatch Road sign.
I will.
I would not have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, but by God, we've got a picture of it up on the website. Jim, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Art.
Good night, my friend. All right, Jim McMullen. That's it for tonight, folks. Tomorrow night, we've got another good one for you. You, too, take a look at that road sign. Unbelievable. At www.artbell.com from the high desert. Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, more than 24 actually. We've covered them all one way or the other. It's a lot of coverage, isn't it, folks? Adding to that tonight with WNLS in Tallahassee, Florida. 1270 on the dial, 5,000 watts around the clock. They call themselves News Radio 1270 WFLA. It actually is in Tampa. The GM at WNLS, Judy Bailey, and the PD, J.L. Dunbar. My recommendation, good luck. It's like tonight, for example, we're going to be leading the next hour with EVP. Now, there's nothing freakier than EVP. That's electronic voice phenomena, and my guests, Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth, they're really interesting. You've got to give it to them on a number of scores. Number one, they don't sell anything. They don't write any books. They've expended thousands of their own hours and dollars on what they do. And then what they do is take tape recorders with never recorded on tapes out into graveyards and haunted locations. And they record the voices of, and now here I'll split it off a bit and I'll say, on the one hand, ghosts, departed souls, dead people. Now, I understand there's a large Christian contingent which would view it as something else just as chilling, though. Demons. Many Christians would view these not as ghosts because they view the dead as dead, but rather as as demons. But either way you look at it, whichever they are real, startling, scary, will make you contemplate the nature of the world, and that's coming up next hour. It's really freaky stuff, folks. As Americans celebrate the 4th of July tomorrow, U.S. combat jets, you will be happy to know, will be patrolling the skies over New York, Washington, and other cities, because U.S. intelligence is picking up more talk about an attack on or about July 4th. But there's still nothing specific or cooperative. Under the command of the Homeland Security Director, Tom Ridge, the White House Coordination Center has established lines of communication to be in instant contact tomorrow with each of more than 2,000 Independence Day celebrations. Now, I want to say this one last time because it's my last chance to say this. Some people will be headed towards small towns. Might I make a selfish suggestion? Our little town, relatively, certainly, of Pahrump, Nevada. I mean, relatively, we are a small town, right? Growing, albeit, but small. We are going to have, they say, the largest fireworks demonstration in the state of Nevada. So it really might be worth your while if you're in driving distance to come to a small town like Pahrump to see the biggest fireworks display. I mean, we're talking thousands of shells, thousands and thousands of shells. A big 16-inch guns. I don't know where they got them. I don't ask about that, but I just know they have them. Now, the one thing we could use, the entire thing is going to be orchestrated, coordinated, choreographed by KNYE-FM, our little station here in Pahrump on 95.1. And what we want people to do, because we don't have a big PA system, we want people to bring boom boxes, anybody who's got a portable sound system and can come out there and put 95.1 through a loudspeaker. That'd be extra cool. really extra cool, because we need to we need to wash the audience in the choreographing. So if you have something like that and want to bring it out, it'd be a good time to do it. It's going to be something. It's really going to be something. We're going to choreograph the whole thing beginning at about 9:15 at night. The sky is going to turn a little different here in Pahrump. It's really going to be something. All right, well, anyway, couple things I'd like to, number one, under what's new on my website. Oh, boy. Somebody sent this to me, as usual, about a half hour before airtime. This is an MPEG, or a moving video. And I guarantee you have never seen anything like this in your life. It's our little 4th of July thing to you, I guess. It's from somebody named Tom Lindsay, who writes that he came across a file today. It's what appears to be a Hercules. Let me see if I can read it here. I'm trying to play the thing myself and move out of my way now. A Hercules aircraft letting go a cargo plane, discharging all of its anti-missile flares at one time. This is, he says, and he's right, a breathtaking thing to see. You've never... God, it's absolutely incredible. It just lets go all at once. And I'll tell you something, they could probably fly this sucker over the head of the Taliban and not drop any ordnance and just do what they have done in this video, and about half the Taliban on the ground would drop dead. No, heart attacks. I mean, if you saw this come over you and do that, you would you'd have a heart attack. You'd be dead. And so I'm sure we could kill a bunch of them that way. Just this. So you've got to see it. It's on my website now. It's been for about a half hour. And it's, of course, under What's New. Just place your cursor over What's New. Now let's see what else is going on in the world. The Security Council today extended the UN peacekeeping mission to Bosnia till July 15th, averting threatened shutdown by the U.S. over its demand for immunity for American peacekeepers from the new War Crimes Tribunal. Fawcett, as you know, landed actually on a remote ranch in the Australian outback, finally ending his record-breaking flight around the world. The American adventurer's Spirit of Freedom balloon made a July 4th touchdown on Durham Station Cattle Ranch, about 870 miles northwest of Sydney. I don't think that's what he intended at all, is it? I thought he was going to land near St. Louis or something. Anyway, it bounced along the ground. Get this, for 15 minutes. It just skipped and bounced across the ground for 15 minutes, probably shaking Mr. Fawcett up pretty well before stopping. I thought that was absolutely amazing. That aircraft collision in Germany, a collision warning system was apparently out of service, and an air traffic controller was on a break when a Russian jetliner slammed into a cargo plane high above Germany. So that's great, huh? We talked a little bit about the collision avoidance system last night. I was wondering about that. So it was out of service, we now find out, and the controller was on a break. The U.S. air assault on an Afghan village that residents say killed 44 civilians was part of a larger week-long operation targeting Taliban fighters. Some of the hundreds of U.S. coalition and Afghan troops in the area had fought gun battles with enemy forces in the days and weeks before the raid on Monday. And finally, in world news, this is sort of interesting. As a Texas oil man, President Bush engaged in some of the same kinds of business practices he's now promising to clean up in response to a wave of corporate scandals. Seems when Bush was a board member of Harkin Energy Corporation, 1989, the Securities and Exchange Commission forced the company to amend its books to reflect millions of dollars in losses that had been masked. An ISO at that time, Bush, who was on the company's audit committee, was the subject of an insider stock trading investigation by the SEC. The White House did acknowledge that Bush had failed to promptly disclose the 89 sale of his hardened stock as required by federal law. Wow. In a moment, I have updates on the cattle mutilations, or predator attacks, depending on what you want to believe, in Argentina. And then I've got more on the Vatican's time machine. I reflect again, there was this bouncer in England, and they found blood, he was stabbed in blood, and it was non-human blood, and it was really a wild story, and we can't get, for all it's worth, we can't get a follow-up on that story. Somebody has really shut their mouth hard on this one. Now, I want to review with you again the story from Argentina. There's some monkey business going on here, folks. MSNBC had in part the following first article. MSNBC was first on this. A real X-Files case in Argentina. Government sends team to probe animal deaths. This was, I think, 3 days ago, right? Argentina is sending its own X-Files scientists to probe strange deaths of farm animals found dissected, mutilated, and drained of blood on remote Pampa plains, killing some have blamed on aliens. At least 70 animals were reported killed in recent weeks. Some, listen now, with their genitals and tongues pulled out with surgical precision, surrounded by charred grass with no signs of any blood. One horse's hoof had a circle drawn into it. Now, that was the June 19th MSNBC story. Then, following that, we get a story saying that the whole thing is nothing at all. It is just nothing but predators. And that just doesn't, it does not square with story number 1, which was very specific about the surgical precision. And story number 2 says, it's baloney. And now, today, story number 3, from Ananova, cow mutilation mystery deepens with 3 more deaths. The mystery surrounding cow mutilations in Argentina has now taken a new twist with the discovery of 3 more bodies. Scientists say the deaths of more than 100 cows are due to, as I told you, natural causes, but they say the bodies have been attacked by foxes and rodents and so forth. How they do that with surgical precision, I don't know. The locals, of course, speculating aliens or vampires. Now, 3 more dead have been found with unusual insects inside of them. That's examining the carcasses. In Alto Bello told El Liberal newspaper that it was abnormal to find the insects inside the dead bodies, though they would not say what kind of insects they were. So here's a story that it's almost like Roswell, isn't it? In 1947, a Major Marcel, who would know a flying saucer from a weather balloon, reports a flying saucer has crashed. Then the story gets bigger, and then it gets killed, and then it's a weather balloon. He's holding up little pieces of a Tinker Toy weather balloon. This story is kind of tracking in a similar way, I thought, in Argentina. First you get 100 cows cut with surgical precision, and then you get a story about rodents, and then you start getting stories about more cows. Now, that sounds just like the way the Roswell story went to me. Now, the other, you know what, Friday, I might do something on time travel in open lines. I mean, I am so totally fascinated with time travel right now. Last night, I read you the story about the Vatican. I'll read it from Wireless Flash again right now, and I've got more. First, the Vatican was accused of hiding the records of priests who've abused kids. Now it's being accused of hiding a time machine. The machine in question is called a chronovisor, was built in the 1950s by a Benedictine monk named Father Pellegrino Ernetti. No photographs of the chronovisor exist, but paranormal journalist John Chambers, who we're trying to get hold of, says Ernetti reportedly used the Wayback Machine, that's in quotes, to film Christ's crucifixion for Vatican officials. Ernetti died in 1994 without revealing the secret of the chronovisor, but Chambers says evidence is now mounting that the Catholic Church is hiding a working model from the rest of the world, supposedly to keep it from getting into evil hands. Sounds crazy, maybe, but there may be something to it. Chambers says a Jesuit priest named Father Francis Brunet believes that the chronovisor must exist because, in the priest's words, quote, Ernetti wouldn't lie about such things, end quote. Now, tonight, comes a little more on the chronovisor. The Benedictine father, Marcello Pellegrini Ernetti, invented a method of recovering sound waves from the past and converting them into visual and acoustic reconstruction of history. Father Ernetti, a professor at a conservatory and an Italian conservatory of religious instruction for men, accomplished his research in collaboration with 12 physicists who remain anonymous. In 1956, Father Ernetti began to investigate the possibility of reviewing the past with a television-like device. In 1957, he began collaborating with the Portuguese Professor de Matos, who was researching the same problem. Ernetti's theoretical approach was based on Aristotle's concept of the disintegration of sound, according to which light and sound waves do not disappear after being produced, but are rather transformed in some way and remain present indefinitely. According to Ernetti, sound waves subdivide into harmonics that can be recovered with appropriate instruments. That's right, recovered. Ernetti stated that every human being traces from birth to death a double furrow of light and sounds. This constitutes his individual identity mark. Same applies to an event, to music, to movement. The antennas used in our laboratory enable us to tune into these furrows of pictures or sound. Ernetti recovered photographs of such events as the crucifixion of Christ and reconstructed acoustic events such as the Quinticinus tragedy and the original Latin from a performance in 169 BC. Get this, he also claimed to have recovered the original text of the 10 Commandments given to Moses. He refused to reveal any details of his invention, and it has been thoroughly suppressed by the Italian government. So this just drives me totally berserk. It is time travel of a sort. It is not, if as described here, a time machine technically. However, if you can selectively go back, almost like changing TV channels, and you can recapture the light and the sound from an event in the past, then you could end up, I suppose, with an MPEG. You know, an MPEG, just like the one I've got on the website, the Hercules dumping. Oh, my God, you've got to see that. But that event in time would not have to be captured by a camera at that moment, because that event in time is always there. They mentioned antennas, right? Antennas. And that would make sense to me. If light and sound are, in essence, eternal, and if you're on the right frequency or you're doing the right thing, who knows what their machine constitutes right, how they do it technically, but if everything is right, then you can virtually play this event back on kind of a TV. And what would the Vatican go after? Things like the crucifixion, of course. The 10 Commandments. Now, would they like to know about those, to actually stop, freeze frame Moses with the tablets in his hand and read the 10 Commandments? That'd be exactly the kind of thing the Vatican would do with it, right? Exactly the kind of thing they'd do with it. So this story absolutely fascinates me. Open lines coming right up. Stay right where you are. Good idea anyway.
Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all. Look out. What is absolutely. Listen to me. I despise. 'Cause it means destruction of this life. War means tears, the thousands of mothers' eyes when the
Oh, just a quick note for those of you who might be headed to our little fair town here in the desert of Pahrump, Nevada. I recommend you come around dusk, just before dusk, just around dusk, because it's going to be hot. We live in the desert here, and it goes up to 102, 103, 105, sometimes 108 degrees, pretty typical about this time of year. We are in summer, no question about it. But when the sun goes down in the desert, it takes a sudden drop down to about 90, and with no humidity, and tomorrow's forecast, clear skies, light wind, it's God's country to be sure. I mean, there's nothing like it in the entire world until you've experienced the dry air of the desert at night. It's really something. So it should be a good night, especially those of you who have sound trucks out there. We need a bunch of people to have sound trucks and retransmit, 95.1 out here, because we're going to choreograph everything. So anybody with a sound truck, bring a radio and you can play it, and for everybody's enjoyment. We want lots of boom boxes, lots of sound trucks, whatever we can get. All right, here we go. Open lines. First time caller line, you are upon the air. Cheerio.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay. You're in a truck, I bet, somewhere.
Yeah, I'm rolling north through the Tar Heel.
All right, in Carolina.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir. What's up?
First of all, I appreciate you keeping me up every night.
You're very welcome.
When you were talking a while ago about catching light and sound from back in time,
Light and sound from time, yes.
it struck me that the people that you're going to have on tonight, maybe that's how they get their recording.
Oh, now that's brilliant, sir. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll ask them specifically about that as we open up the program tonight. That's really interesting, and you could be, of course, I thought, well, it's got to be dead people or it's, got to be demons, but a voice out of time? Hey, maybe. Good thought, sir.
All right, thanks.
All right, take care. A pretty good thought. Not bad, huh? It could as easily be a voice out of time, a communication from time, a communication from the mass consciousness, and maybe somebody who's dreaming. God, there are all kinds of possibilities about where these audio files come from, but we do know this. They're doing honest work. They're not making money. It's costing them a lot of money, and so there are no motivations to what they're doing except trying to educate the world about the fact that there is something else out there. Maybe ghosts, maybe time travelers. Who knows? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut.
Hey.
Hi. I do want to talk about time travel, specifically about what you said regarding the religious things of the Vatican. Supposedly.
No, I did repeat what you said the other night. You said, well, they'd go back and they wouldn't find any crucifixion because it never happened, right?
Yes, I want to extend that to another aspect of that, to the present, and what people believe wrongly, in my view wrongly, will happen in maybe the near future, which I say will not happen. And I'm going to relate that to the time machine that you talked about, because people, I think, who do not look at this, what you talked about, time machine, skeptically, with critical thinking, possibly believe that. Now, relating to what I just said now, did you see last week's Time magazine, the cover story of last week's Time magazine? I'll tell you right now what it is. Did you see it?
Yeah.
It said the apocalypse. How many people in our country, many people believe literally that this is the end of days, the end of the world prophecy, Armageddon, Revelation, the rapture, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, you got to admit there are signs.
No,
well, yes, there are. I mean, you just simply cannot miss it. If you look at today's headlines and look at what's going on in the world, my friend, there are signs.
Well, let me say it a different way, in a secular way, non-religious, logical, rational way. Because there are bad, negative things that seem to a lot of religious people to be.
Wait a minute. I just thought I heard you say that religion was logical and rational.
No.
It sounded that way.
No, I'm saying I'm going to talk about it from a logical, rational, secular point of view.
I see.
Because there seem to be negative things happening now, which might mimic or parallel some things that people seem to say are in the Bible, written thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
Pestilence, war, famine, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
A does not mean, therefore, that the things that will happen next, supposedly, ultimately, with Jesus coming down in the cloud, people being raptured up, things disappearing, and then nuclear war with people going to heaven and Armageddon, all this religious stuff. Because the first part happens, what's happening now, does not logically follow what people believe next will happen. What I'm trying to say is what I utterly fear is religious people, particularly religious people in government. We have the most religious president of the United States right now in modern times, very conservative and very religious, more religious than Ronald Reagan. What I fear literally believes in all this stuff, the rapture, Armageddon, et cetera, et cetera. And what terrifies me as I'll say non-believer, okay, I use that word.
Well, you're an atheist. You're kind of like an atheist Spock.
Well, okay, atheist, but if I can, since you said it, I'll say atheist, obviously I'm an atheist. That he could self-fulfill, not Armageddon, not the rapture, not Revelation, not prophecy, but a secular version is some kind of a nuclear war. It could be limited, it doesn't have to be the whole planet, or it could be the whole planet, or some version, chemical, biological, nuclear, which terrifies me. No, and do you see my point?
Well, all right. Well, yeah, sure. Here's one way of thinking about it for you, Bill, and that is that either way you think about it, whether you think that they really are signs of the end times, and that might happen, which I know you don't, or you think that it is because so many believe and so many do believe, Bill, compared to you, that it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Either way, your ass is grass.
Yeah, and that's right. And me, as a non-believer, just one more time, as an atheist, as well as other atheists, speaking for other atheists and agnostics, who might end up dying from, let's say, chemical, biological, nuclear, if it should hit our country, when we're not religious, and I have nothing to do with any of the three so-called great religions of our planet, it's utterly unfair to me, or for that matter, people who are Wicca or other religions, let alone religious people who don't want to die because they're liberal religious people. In other words, they could self-fulfill not the religious version of the Bible, but a secular, rational version, meaning a nuclear war.
I got that. All right, Bill. Either way, Bill. Grass. Okay. So, complain as you will, it won't matter. You are of such a minority, and there are so many believers that, according to what you just told me, you're dead anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Just spiffy.
Joe from Boston, WRKO 680.
Yes.
I have a comment and a question. I want to ask you first my comment and your question on KNYE.
Sure.
What is happening to Dr. Anderson? Have you got involved with his family?
No, listen. No. Well, we're trying. We have tried everything. We had numbers. We had websites. And I'm telling you, man, just. Psh.
Well, the reason that I ask is maybe you can have this professor on, this guy from Italy who built this other time machine. Because if this thing works, maybe the Air Force or Area 51, which I hope you do more programs on, knows about this, and they're doing some work down there.
Well, maybe we can get a picture of Dr. Anderson or Madman.
Or what happened to them. Now, my question is on KNYE. Can you tell us more about your radio station? Because I spoke with Will. I speak with him occasionally, and he says they have failures over their computers. Do you have failures? I mean, you record all your shows. Do you put them on analog or digital?
We do not have failures.
No, Will said that over at the...
Well, look, everybody who has a mass amount of electronics, I was sort of joshing, of course we have failures, can have things that go wrong. I mean, everything is on computers. Everything.
You don't use analog or reel-to-reel anymore?
There's not a turntable, there's not a record, there's not anything that even resembles that technology anywhere near the building.
Wow. I don't like computers.
You don't, huh?
No, I can't see it. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem with computers is they don't care whether you like them or not.
Well, how do you record all your shows? You must have an awfully expensive...
No. What do you mean? How do I play them? In other words, my show comes up live as it is right now.
But it's being recorded.
No. It isn't.
No, I mean, you're recording it at KNYE for later?
No, we're not. We're just playing it live. It comes down from satellite in a flash, and we just air it live, sir. That's all.
Oh, I thought you were archiving it for your own...
No, the network archives programs. And they do that on hard drives, sir.
Oh, my God.
Hey, we're in the age of computers. You can ignore it, but it's not going away.
Well, I hope you get that professor on.
Yeah, I do, too. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm really curious about that. I mean, Madman's been gone a long time now, and now Dr. Anderson. There may be a very conventional explanation for Dr. Anderson, but it's like he's number two. of the time travel people. He's number 2, until I hear otherwise. And I can't be so sure that given the opportunity to pull the lever or whatever, if I could do it one way, that I wouldn't go somewhere, when, and I don't know when that would be. But it might be just too tempting for somebody researching time travel, after they send a mouse or 2 or whatever it is they send, to climb in themselves. And of course, you never hear from them again. It could also mean they're a pile of dust. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Eliza, and I'm calling you from KFI 6.40 in Norwalk out of L.A. County.
The point is in the wrong place. It's just 640.
Well, just 640. Okay.
Uh-huh.
You know the gentleman that called last night about the birds dying here in L.A. And
oh, yes, I do.
Oh my gosh, we had pigeon in our backyard that was dying and had eventually died. And we've had other little birds that have died. We've had crows that's died here in Norwalk, and this little Norwalk. And plus,
I'm getting a lot of emails about this. I wonder what the hell's going on down there.
I don't know that, but you know what else? Besides the birds, my cat, she caught a bird this morning. And so it's got to have been slow of stealth, for her to catch it. And my cat, that's the first bird that she's caught in a long time. But I think because my cat's been throwing up, my dogs have been throwing up, and I think there's something going on here that they're not telling or doing that they should be doing because the animals are getting sick here.
Well, when miners used to take canaries down into the mine...
Yeah, I have a canary.
And the canary dropped dead in its cage, they knew it was time to go.
Yeah, so I
wonder if it's like that.
I don't know, but it's got to be something. But you know what? You turned me into that versicorder. I love my versicorder. My next big buy is going to be that telescope. I love you, Art. You're the best person, and even though you keep me up, women stay up anyways.
Thank you for the call.
Okay.
Take care. That's very nice of you. A versicorder's neat. You can record a whole show on a versicorder. A lot of people are catching on to that one. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Russell, and I'm calling from Great Bend, Kansas.
Great Bend, Kansas. Yes, sir.
And that's KVGB, and that is 1590.
That's the way to do it.
Uh-huh. And I'd like to say a patriotic poem for tonight's show.
No, we don't allow poems on the air, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate it. If you want to give us a thought, though, that's fine.
Sure. I'd just like to say that I'm very proud of the men and women that are in the armed services right now that fight for our country, and we should remember them on this date because this is a very important date.
Well, it is, and they are the ladies and gentlemen who keep it free. Again, I refer you to this Hercules, Parent Hercules aircraft, the MPEG of it on my website. Oh, my God. I'm going to say this one more time. You could fly this over the Taliban at a relatively low altitude, have it let loose with all of its flares, the way it does in this photograph. You've never seen anything like it. And half the people on the ground would have a heart attack right on the spot. You wouldn't hit them with a bullet. They'd just fall over dead from fright. It's an incredible little video under what's new. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. Hi, Art. It's Laura from Miami.
Hello, Laura.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to let you know that here in Miami, we have Saddam Hussein's stepson down here. He's being held.
Really?
Right. It was what was it? He was going to try to attend a flight school down here in Florida.
I wonder if we're asking him questions.
We probably are. I think they said he's being held in the Chrome Detention Center down here.
Huh. Well, yes, you can imagine, gee whiz, we'd have lots of questions.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
So, an interesting thing has happened in Miami, and I didn't think it possible, and I thought since you're calling, I thought I'd say it. I'm so proud of it. In the last survey we did, they do these Arbitron surveys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you well know, a lot of Miami is non-English speaking.
Right.
And a couple of years ago, I told the manager of the Miami station down there, WIOD, I thought it would be impossible ultimately to ever become number one just because it's so divided from a language point of view. And so I thought it would be absolutely impossible, an English talk show.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? Number one in Miami.
There you go.
Last survey.
You're the best, okay? Everybody knows it, okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hey, love you.
Take care. That is true. And it was so amazing that I got a email from the manager of WIOD, and I framed it. I've got it on the wall. It's one of my proud accomplishments in an area where you never in all your life thought that you could, outrank everybody else in the middle of the night. It happened in Miami. Blew me away, I've got to admit. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Art. Love your show. You keep me up all night.
Where are you?
Kansas, a little town in Kansas, Pittsburgh.
Middle America.
Yes, middle name Humidity. I hate it.
Yeah, I understand.
Anyway, what I was wondering, have you heard anything about the transportation of the nuclear waste? I'm really concerned about it.
Yeah, it's going to come to a highway near you real soon.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I had a map up on the website that would show you, you'd put in your zip code, and it would show you how close the nuclear waste was going to get to your house, what highway.
I don't have a computer.
You don't have a computer.
I know. My daughter is giving me static about that. She's older, and I need to learn.
Computers today are not so hard to learn.
I'm scared.
They used to be. I know. A lot of fear associated with it, and there was even for me when I began long ago, but very quickly you will learn. You don't have to be a technician. You just have to learn a few easy little things, and you're in a whole new world.
Not to change the subject, but what can I do? I've called, our congressman. I'm really concerned about this on the nuclear thing.
Well, that's what you can do. That's all you can do. The American public has got to come to grips with the fact that while it's going to be stored in my backyard here in Yucca Mountain, seismically active Yucca Mountain, I might add, that's not the dangerous part, really. Really, it isn't. The dangerous part of this whole operation is the transportation of this poison that's got to be maintained for hundreds of thousands of years safely. But, getting it from point A to point B is like, you remember the 1,000 points of light?
Yes.
Well, it's like thousands of points of terrorist target possibilities.
Well, we're right on the Missouri line. We live close to Joplin, Missouri. And do you know what highway they said, or?
No, I'm sorry, but almost everybody has a major highway within radiation distance of them. It's amazing. We'll try and get that website back up, all right?
Thank you so much.
You take care. And the American public has to understand that's the dangerous part of this. Moving it successfully, avoiding terrorists who are bound to use it as a target. The inevitability of accidents, all of that is the dangerous part of this. If they just conclude that who cares about, Screw Nevada was the bill, the official name of the bill, actually not official, but same effect. And think, well, who cares about Nevada? It's the transportation of this stuff, folks. You better check it out. It's coming to a road and highway near you soon. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life.
Okay, Brennan Cook and Barbara Macbeth, who are representing the society, are 2 of 5 members that are the GIS. The society is nonprofit, and the GIS members have spent thousands of dollars and hours dedicated to researching what they consider to be ghost phenomena. They realize that EVP is one of the most controversial aspects of ghost research, and that there are many speculations and theories about the spectral voices that have been recorded on audio and videotape. The GIS members believe the voices they have recorded are the voices of the dead. Most of the time, these voices interact and respond to the members that record them. That's the puzzling thing. In an effort to educate the public about ghosts, the GIS hopes the EVPs presented will help demonstrate that the consciousness does survive after the body dies, and that these voices may help to give a different perspective about life, death, and ghosts. Welcome, you two.
Thank you, Art. It's wonderful to be back.
Okay. Somebody called, I don't know whether you caught the first hour of the program, but we've been discussing this what's a time machine or a time viewing machine the Vatican may or may not have. There's some serious stories out there, and they claim to have photographed virtually, have video of, or photographed the crucifixion itself, that kind of thing, that light and sound never essentially die. They just keep radiating, and they're around, and your desk remembers what happened to it from the time it became a desk or when it was a tree or whatever. You get the idea. Mm-hmm. That everything remains around, so to speak. And he suggested that perhaps what you get on your tapes might be some remnant of something once said in time past. And that it could be just sort of that it seems as though it's being responsive to you, that it's not an actual disembodied consciousness speaking to you from the other side. What do you think?
Well, that theory may work, aside from the fact, as we mentioned on every show we've done with you, that these voices interact with us. And in some cases give us contemporary information. I mean, things that show there's a consciousness behind it. They're aware of themselves and they're aware of us.
Yeah, that's problematic to the theory, all right, but what other alternatives? That's just one. The fundamentalist Christians are going to say, oh sure, it's demonic tricksters. Everybody knows that. Anybody knows it who reads the Bible. When you're dead, you're dead. And if you're getting voices, if you're getting contact, if you're being haunted by a demonic entity. And if it's your great-grandmother Gertie, it's not really, it's a trickster. You know about that, of course.
Yes, well, the most of the hauntings that we have investigated are not evil entities. On some occasions, they have been known to be helpful, and they don't display wickedness or evilness like what many people think hauntings are.
Well, I've heard you say many times in the past that you believe that people who die and then are ghosts or spirits exhibit the same kind of tendencies they did in life. You know, if you're a happy-go-lucky person, then you're a happy-go-lucky prankster kind of ghost, I guess.
Right.
And if you're a nasty, miserable, rotten human being, then you're going to be a nasty, miserable, rotten ghost.
Yes, I believe that myself.
So, in other words, you encounter all kinds of personalities on the other side, just like you do here.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct. And I think the voices that we have played in the past demonstrate that the personalities come through very strong in their voices.
And really, the majority of people you meet in life are very nice and loving and caring. I mean, you very rarely run into people who are just evil and, as Barbara would say, cantankerous.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to sit and hypothetically discuss what percentage of the population is really miserable, cantankerous people. It's probably, what do you figure?
Oh, I'm sure that there's a lot, but
10, 20%? What do you think?
I have no idea of the percentage, but
30%, 1/3 maybe.
I think it really is all going to depend on where you live. Say you're living in Los Angeles, you'd be more likely to run across more mean-hearted people than if you were living in Utah.
So? Well, the people of the City of Angels would argue that point very strenuously with you. Or maybe they wouldn't and prove it. I don't know. All right, well, so you go, I guess we ought to tell everybody the methods used are scrupulous. In other words, they unwrap brand new tapes that could not possibly have anything recorded on them previously, correct?
That's correct. We never reuse any tapes. All the tapes that we have recorded, we keep, in our personal library.
Didn't you ever think that you could get a gigantic electromagnetic source and wipe those tapes as clean as they would be when they come to you out of the wrapper?
That's true, but it could still leave that level of doubt. that something may not have been wiped out.
So just for the sake of the credibility of what you're doing, you always take one out of the wrapper, like a new deck of cards, huh?
Exactly. And
I also like to keep, it's really a record of the investigation. Everything that takes place is recorded. And I would not want to destroy that record.
How many of you are in the GIS group now?
5.
5. And you have held it to 5. Now, I would imagine, as public as you have been on this program, and you've been a repeat guest, or guests, that you had a gazillion volunteers and people wanting to join, and yet you have held the group to 5. How come?
It's the main reason is we work so well together. We're really almost like a family. We see each other every day. We're constantly talking about ghosts because it's something that fascinates us. And to add somebody else, a new element, you run into a problem of not knowing anything about them and having to learn everything about them, and then there's just not that comfortable atmosphere.
That's a good point. It's hard enough to get a group of 5 people who generally agree and get along well. That's hard enough, but
we don't always agree, but we get along very well.
Well, no, that's really critical. I mean, generally you get the larger group of people together, and then you're going to get politics within the group, and you're going to get a lot of disagreements and anger and people upset with each other and that sort of thing. So, probably good that you hold it to 5.
Yes, and we work very well together. There's a real trust level that's among the 5, and I think that trust is a very important element.
Where are the main areas of disagreement among the 5 of you?
The main level of disagreement is just figuring out what the voices are saying, and I mean, it's nothing that we really, get in arguments over. We just end up playing voices hundreds of times just to kind of narrow it down to what everybody can agree on.
So you'll sit around a table and argue about what it was that was just said, not about what it is, but what was said.
Yeah, what was said.
We won't necessarily argue, we'll debate.
Have you figured out that how hard it is, that it must be incredibly hard for a spirit to get something through to our dimension, for lack of a better word, on tape? Is that really take a great deal of energy or whatever from the other side to do that?
From everything that we've experienced, it seems like it is hard, and it takes a great deal of effort for them to do that and to affect our audio tapes. And the reason I say that is a lot of the voices are very quiet and soft-spoken. I mean, the voices that we present on your show are obviously the best of the recordings that we get.
Yes.
But the majority are very soft, and it seems like they have to expel a lot of energy just to affect our tapes.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are really troubling. I agree with Barbara that the voice of children, which seems so common in what you do, that's incredibly troubling. I mean, children die, so then does all this mean, when we hear the voice of a child, that if you die as a child, you are a child forever after? If you're an adult forever after? If you're a decrepit old person, you're a decrepit old person forever after? I mean...
Well, it's theory. There's no sure answer on many of the questions that we get.
But if the answer to that question is yes, then the old die early and leave a pretty body thing sounds good, huh?
Well, there are cases that have been documented where a person who has died has been witnessed by several different people in different stages of that person's life. And I don't know if a ghost can appear in a way that they want you to see them. I don't know.
May well be
I've
the
thought
case.
that myself,
Yep. That may be the case, Barbara. So, I mean, this is, no matter what it is you believe about these, whether you think they're ghosts of dead people, or you think they're demonic spirits trying to fool us, or time travelers. It wouldn't matter. These are, to hear these things is so freaky. Now, maybe you guys have been doing it for a long time and it doesn't quite freak you out the same way, or does it still?
No, it doesn't. And I think to the majority of people it's more of a shock because the majority of people have been taught that this doesn't exist. I mean, since they were children, they've been taught that this doesn't exist. It's like the Sandman and the Boogeyman. It isn't out there. And then for us to come along and play these recordings on your show, it can bother people.
It is out there. That's the trouble. It is out there. Whatever in the heck it is out there. It's real. Now,
yes, we have people contact us. You know, they went out and tried it, and they're shocked that they've gotten, recorded a voice at the location that they went.
I've been receiving some emails from people who say, look, I took a digital recorder out, and I've got EVP, and I've got really high-quality EVP, so don't even bother asking that question tonight. So I won't. I'm getting emails from people who say that the digital recorders, the mini CDs, those kinds of things, they're all recording EVPs out there.
And we've had people tell us, we know that EVP can be recorded on the digital recorder. We haven't ourselves had luck with them too much, and so we prefer, our preference is the magnetic tape.
But people really do need to know this. They really can do this themselves. All it requires is a cassette recorder, probably a good one if you can get it, and blank tapes, and you can go to... Now look, do you really recommend for somebody out there who's going to try what, after hearing this tonight, they're going to try it. Now, would you recommend they go to graveyards? Would you recommend they go to places that have a reputation for being haunted? What?
Any place that is associated with death.
Now, people can go to cemeteries in the day. They don't have to go at nighttime.
You haven't
recorded voices at all hours of the day and night. It does not seem to matter.
With equal frequency?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess if you've got a ghost, it's going to be there day and night, huh?
Yes. The reason that we go out at night most of the time is for our infrared equipment, and because it is more quiet.
Plus, you probably have day jobs, huh?
Yes. Most of us do. There's one that works nights, but it's more quiet. The hubbub of the day is gone, and it's more quiet at that time, and so there's less interruption, and we're able to use our infrared equipment in the dark better. It doesn't work during the day, but just to strictly record for EVP, you can do that any hour of the day. You don't have to wait for the sun to go down and go into a graveyard. You can take a stroll at noon.
The implication being then, graveyards are good because the spirits of the dead hang around their old bodies, yes?
That's true, and I also believe that the emotional feeling in graveyards is such that it can draw ghosts to it or keep them there.
Curious about something. I'm very curious about something. Brendan, when you die, what are your instructions? You're going to be buried or cremated?
I'm looking at cremation.
Barbara?
Oh, I want to be buried.
Buried, huh?
Yeah.
You see, because it just sounds like such a lonely little trek to be making around your own gravesite.
Well, if I am able to stay as a ghost, which I would like to do for a while.
You really do want to?
Oh, yeah, I think it would be kind of...
a kick?
It'd be kind of interesting to see that experience, to experience that. But I would like to be able to if I'm able to.
All right,
I don't know if I have the state of mind to be one. I think most of them are quite miserable, and I'm not, so I don't know if I'll be able to stay.
Nevertheless, you've decided to go for the 6 foot under thing. Now I'm curious, Brendan, have you decided to be cremated for the very reason that we're talking about right now?
Yeah, pretty much. That pretty much covers it.
I thought so. And the rest of the group?
I don't think we've actually talked about it.
I know Roger wants to be buried. I don't know for sure. I think Jenny is too young. I'm surprised Brendan's given it too much thought because of his age.
Oh, so you mean you're surprised to hear what he just said?
Well, I'm just surprised that he thought about it at all because of his age.
Well, doing what you guys do, how could you not think about it? Oh, well. And listen, we got a break coming up, and then we'll start with EVP. We've got recordings coming up that, again, whether you consider them to be ghosts, the dearly departed or not so dearly departed, you know, we were glad to see him go. Whether you think it's that, or whether you think it's some sort of evil entity, either way, it's pretty freaky stuff. So prepare yourself, tie down, buckle in, and after the break, we enter the world of EVP. Literally into the night now we go with Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth of GIS. All right, you two, here we go. What leads it off tonight?
All right, well, we decided we'd start this off with a kid's voice.
Naturally.
This was recorded in a cemetery, and we had actually just bought a new infrared night scope this night. And we were testing it out in the cemetery so we'd have a nice wide open space.
Well, I love those things. I've got some third-gen stuff, and I love it. It's more fun. What do you guys think? You like it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We've gotten 2 of them now.
Oh, really?
And this one, the one we were testing that night was actually a nice little, it was a Russian military scope.
Most of them are, yeah.
It was great. But in this clip, you'll hear Barbara say, come and see Brendan if it makes a difference with the infrared. And a couple of seconds after she says that, you'll hear a child say, and it sounds like the child says a perfect circle.
A perfect circle. I wonder, okay, well, let's listen. Here it is, folks.
Come and see, Brendan, if it makes a difference with the infrared. Perfect circle.
Yeah, you know, I hear it. Perfect circle. I heard it right at the end. One more time. Listen very carefully, everybody. Somehow my brain didn't hear it until the very last play. It's replayed 3 times. The EVP itself, in this case, obviously a child's voice, is replayed 3 times after the original sentence in response. So listen very, very carefully. It does say perfect circle, I think.
Come and see, Brendan, if it makes a difference with the infrared. Perfect circle. Perfect circle. Perfect circle.
That sounds like it's a circle to me. It's a circle, it sounds like.
It's a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Yeah.
Or a perfect circle. It could be either one, but it's one of the two. And I wonder if that child, that disembodied child, was referring to the perfect circle of light from the infrared.
That's what I was wondering, how the infrared emits that beam and it comes out as a circle. I almost wondered that myself.
A child's voice. You know, you get these emails from people who say, you've probably seen them, they're just sort of spam emails, and they say, I've resigned as an adult, I'm going back to being an 8-year-old, you know. I wonder if some adults who die, even seniors, are able to do the cocoon thing on the other side, and if they want to, become children again. That would be the bright side of looking at the children's voices.
That's kind of a theory that I'm thinking about takes place. I just can't imagine there being that many children's spirits.
Well, I don't know, Barbara. A lot of children die, but I mean, if that thought and theory is comfortable for your mind, then embrace it.
That's more comfortable to me.
All right, the next one.
This was recorded by Jenny, and you will hear Jenny say, we had a person there accompanying us on this investigation. This was in a cemetery, and Jenny asks, you'll hear her say, want to go look for that grave, and the person that was there with us says, yeah. And you'll hear, it sounds like an old woman. It says, "So do I."
Oh, by an old woman yet, huh? All right, here we go.
Can we go to it, Dave? Yeah.
Oh God, that does sound like a decrepit old voice. I'm doing these twice. They're doing them 3 times, and I'm doing them twice just because I want to hear myself listen.
Can we go to it, Dave? Yeah.
That's really creepy. That's really creepy. I mean, we went from a child to that lady sounded like she was 99 years old.
Yeah, she does. And I believe that they intend for us to hear them.
Can either one of you recall, it tends to come in just a couple of, or a few words, just 1 in a million, you get a whole sentence. Has anything ever come to you that suggests the nature of the other side? And anything spoken? We've done hundreds of these clips now on the air, and I'm wondering if anything ever has told you what it's like there.
We have heard voices. One of the questions we ask quite frequently is, what is it like where you're at?
Yes.
Are you happy where you're at? And that kind of a thing. And we have heard voices. One said it was cold. It just said the word cold.
Yeah, and I remember a child said it's dark in here or something like that.
Yes.
It's cold and it's dark. That really sounds attractive, huh?
Well, and the child saying it's dark in here was interesting because the light had just been turned on. So it kind of makes you wonder.
See, Brennan, I'm with you. Cook me at the end.
For the record, Barry wants to be cooked, too.
Oh, he don't? Oh, really? Okay. What, did you get a phone call or something?
No, he's here.
He's there. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm with him. Cook me and scatter me. All right. So a child and an old lady, and now what?
All right. Well, this one was also recorded by JS member Jenny. And in this clip, you hear her say, "Let me live in there. It's warm in there." And directly after that, you hear a voice. It sounds like "End of my life."
Now, it's Jenny saying, "Let me live in here"?
Yeah, Jenny says, "Let me live in there. It's warm in there."
It's warm. Okay.
She was referring to a mosquito that had just flown into one of the members' ears.
Oh, that's interesting side note. Referring to a mosquito that flew into an ear. All right, here we go.
Let me live in there. It's warm in there. I miss my life.
Ooh.
I miss my life. I miss my life.
Oh, without question, "End of my life" is what I'm hearing. Oh, that's weird. Let's one more time.
Let me live in there. It's warm in there. I miss my life. I miss my life. I miss my life.
"End of my life," clear as can be.
And Art, one thing to notice, did you happen to notice the weird cadence of the voice itself?
Yes, I did.
It had a very weird speech.
"End of my life." Something that I suppose a ghost, something that would remain here, would have time to consider the end of my life. End of my life. Yeah, really. But that's very non-responsive, isn't it, to the comment that was made?
Right. It really has nothing to do with what was said there.
Now, what percentage would you say of your EVPs are in fact obviously responsive to something you've said or one of your members has said, versus those EVPs that you have no connection for?
I just guessing. We haven't really looked at it and done a percentage of them, but I would say, just off the top of my head, probably 60 to 70% are interacting with us. We'll talk about what we're doing or what we're saying. And
boy, that's a high percentage.
Yes, it is.
In fact, the next voice is a really good example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then next it shall be number 4.
At this time when Jenny recorded this voice, it was in the middle of winter. It was probably below freezing, and we were sitting in our chairs out in the middle of a cemetery, and I had gotten a blanket out of the car, and me and Jenny were sitting side by side, covered up with the blanket. And you will hear Jenny ask me, "Did you just pull down the blanket?" And I'll answer her, "No." You'll hear it sounds like a child that says, "I did."
I did.
And
as in, I did pull down the blanket.
Yes, and then she'll say, "Did you feel like a tug?" And I say, "No." But she had felt the blanket being pulled down. She looked over at me and asked me.
Yeah, I've had a lot of stories from my callers and emailers about blankets being yanked off them. So let's listen to this.
Did you just pull down the blanket?
No.
I did.
Ooh.
Did you feel like a tug?
No.
I did. I did.
That sounds very directly responsive, and it does sound like a child, and that's totally freaky. Here we go.
Did you just pull down the blanket?
No.
I did. Did you feel like a tug?
No.
I did. I did.
How do you guys handle that? I couldn't handle that. I mean, you were in a graveyard?
Yes, we were.
And you were lying down and had a
No,
blanket?
we were sitting we bring our chairs, and
I see.
And we're sitting in our chairs, and it had gotten so cold sitting there that I got a wool blanket out of the car and we covered up.
I'm going to ask this again. I know I've asked before, but I just can't resist. You know, you guys are holding doors open here. I mean, I've fooled around with a million different things on my program, and what I've concluded, one of the things I've concluded, is that when you talk about the kinds of things we're talking about tonight, you open certain doors. I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, even the discussion, the fact that your mind is thinking about this kind of thing opens a door for you. And aren't you all worried that occasionally something's going to come through that you're not going to like?
No. No. I've been involved with this for years. I've never had an occasion where something has threatened or harmed me. I've had things happen to get my attention. I believe that it's to get my attention, but nothing has ever hurt me.
By the way, Michael in Villa Park, Illinois, is suggesting, with regard to the mosquito that was in the air, he says, maybe it was the mosquito that said, "End of my life," when it flew into the person's ear. Oh, boy.
I'd like to meet that mosquito.
Yeah. Well, you've really got to... You got to have a sense of humor a little bit, I guess, about all of this, or else you wouldn't do it. All right, number 5.
All right, well, this one was also recorded by GIS member Jenny.
Boy, she's an active little young lady, isn't she?
Yes, she is. And on this clip, this was also recorded in a cemetery, and it was a cemetery that we've previously witnessed a ghost light in.
Oh.
And we were looking for the light this night, and you'll hear her ask, "Do you see a light?" And Roger, Barbara's husband, GIS member Roger, says, "What? Oh, no." And then right after he says no, you hear a woman, and she almost sounds like a broken record. She says, "Yes, yes, yes, yes."
Really?
And then I say, "Wow," because I thought I saw the light. And then Jenny says, "What? Did you see it?"
Okay, here it comes.
Do you see light?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Wow.
It almost sounds like the person says "wow," or somebody says "wow" right after the yeses.
Yeah, that was me that said "wow."
And why did you say wow?
Because I thought I had seen the light, and it turned out to be just a reflection of a car headlight. But
well, that's good and honest. This is such freaky stuff. I don't know. It makes me question the nature of death. It really does. And I guess maybe it should make us all question the nature of death, huh?
Well, I'm not sure how freaky it is. It definitely is fascinating, though.
No, I say freaky. Not in a freak show kind of way, just in a scary kind of way.
I think it's something that we don't, I don't think that we can fully comprehend it.
Nor are we meant to at this point.
No, I don't think we are meant to.
Are we meant to even be looking at and listening to the kinds of things we're listening to tonight? Do you think we're meant to do that?
I believe so.
Or do you think it's just some accident of dimensional difference that allows, some sort of voice to be imprinted in an electronic way that really is just an accident, and otherwise we're not supposed to be exposed to what we're hearing here?
No, I really think we are supposed to be hearing it. I don't think it would be possible if we weren't meant to hear it.
Let's do one more.
This was recorded by Roger, and we had arrived at a mausoleum. We were standing outside. It was in February. It was freezing cold.
It's probably 11 o'clock at night.
It was around 11 o'clock, and we were waiting for the caretaker to come and unlock the door and let us in. And you will hear Roger say, "We welcome anyone here to talk with us. We're back." Well, in between those two sentences, you will hear kids screaming. There was no kids at that time of
kids
night.
Screaming?
It sounds like, you know how children sound when they're screaming, playing, running away, or so, running and screaming and playing. That's what it sounds like.
All right, let's take a listen. Here we go.
Welcome anyone here to talk with us. We're back.
Oh boy, that does sound like kids screaming, doesn't it? Particularly in context with, almost more when it's in context with what's being said than when you hear it individually. Let's hear it again.
Welcome anyone here to talk with us. We're back.
That sounds like several children, doesn't it?
Yes, and we've had a lot of, we've recorded a lot of children in that area, and there have been reports of children in that area of the grounds of that mausoleum and cemetery.
Well, again, though, that leans us toward the idea that die as a child, remain as a child. It tips it back in that direction.
Yes, it does.
And I don't know if that's my idea of the way it ought to be. Of course, who am I? It is. I guess it's going to be whatever it's going to be, and I'm not going to have a thing to say about it. Or maybe I will. Maybe everybody gets what they think they're going to get over on the other side. I don't know.
I don't know. It's all theory. There's no known things about this phenomena.
You would rather not hear children, right, Barbara?
Yes, I would prefer not to hear children.
And yet,
sometimes I wonder if it's a young, or sometimes women's voices will sound childlike. And,
that's true.
And there is that possibility that it's just a female voice that sounds like a little child. But there are some words that are pronounced that they just sound like children.
Maybe, but I've heard some EVPs that are unmistakably, unquestionably children.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
All right, you two, hold it right there. The Ghost Investigators Society, an electronic voice phenomena. From where? And from what time? I don't know. We don't know. But either way, it's pretty weird.
Time, see what's become of me. While I look around for my possibilities.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because obviously I'm reading commercials live and I have no time to do anything else. I just caught this email that came rolling in just during the last break, and I read the email, which I'll read to you here shortly. First, I'm going to forward this to Keith Rowland, and we're going to get it up on the website right away. I don't see any reason why we can't. This is about something that happened in Montana, and so let's send it to Keith right now. This is a beauty of live radio. You can do this kind of thing, and there it goes, winging its way to Keith. All right, Keith, when you get this, regarding the situation in Montana, would you please post these photographs as well as the email? I don't see any instructions saying we can't here. He even gives us his email address. Oh, my God. We get the weirdest stuff. Anyway, that's on the way to Keith right now. So I'll read you the email here at the bottom of the hour. Right now, we're going to return to the GIS, folks, and we're going to return to, well, whatever it is that we're hearing, quite apparently, from the other side. Welcome back, you two.
Thank you, Art.
Okay, we have lots of work to do tonight in terms of getting all this on the air properly. So, what's coming next?
All right, well, this voice was recorded by Barbara, and it was actually, we were contacted by a lady who had heard us on your show a few times, and she was contacting us regarding her parents' house, which obviously was haunted. She said that her children that would stay there had seen things, shadows, things like that.
Right.
Doors opening and weird noises. I mean, it was literally your typical haunting. We were just packing up our stuff, and we were kind of getting everything ready to go, when this voice comes in that either says, have them come back or have Brendan come back.
Any real thoughts on which it meant?
No, not really.
All right. Let's see if, wait a minute here. Let me get the right CD in here, or that's not going to work at all. When we're doing these kinds of shows, I've got to end up shuffling CDs back and forth, folks, so sorry about that. Okay, here it comes now. All right, now see, I'm not as sure of that one. I'm not as sure. You're saying it says, have them come back? Probably. Is that right?
Yes.
I can't make that one out. I'm being honest with you, Azize. Let me try again. Okay, the one word I can get out of that clearly is come back. I do get that at the end, but I can't tell about the first part. I bet you sit around the table arguing about this stuff. Discussing what it is you just heard all the time, especially when you get to something like this.
We do, honestly.
We debate back and forth on what we hear. And
how many of them are really hard calls as opposed to, everybody sitting around the table and you play it and everybody immediately agrees on what they just heard?
Well, quite a few of them, actually. Very rarely do we actually record a voice where every single member listens to it and says, oh, that has to be what it's saying. I mean, a lot of times we record very, very clear voices, but it's still hard to discern what's being said.
All right, onward. Number 8.
This next voice was recorded by Barry. We had been invited to a friend's relative's home. It had been in his family for generations, and it's in a little rural area down below Salt Lake City. It's a beautiful old home. The bricks were made out of the local dirt there, I mean, it's a beautiful 2-story old home. And we had we were spending the night there at the house, and no one lives in it at this time. And we had all gone out onto it has several porches around the house, and we had gone out on one of the porches, and he recorded this, and it sounds like the voice says, "I tried to get up."
I tried to get up. And was there anything that prompted it? Was it interactive, or you don't think so? It was
we had just gone out to sit out on the porch. It had chairs out on the porch, and we were just going out to sit.
Okay, so I tried to get up, huh? I hear clearly, I tried. I'm not sure about get up. Everybody's ear is going to be a little different, but I clearly hear I tried. Let's do it again. All right, I got the I tried part down very clearly. I'm not sure about the last part. You too?
Oh, I hear I tried to get up. That's what I hear.
Do you ever wonder whether with something like that, you're eventually making yourself hear something, your brain is forcing you to put it in some logical order because your brain is expecting it in some logical order. So after you've listened to it the millionth time, your brain wires itself and you hear exactly that.
Yeah, well, that's human nature, is to try and discern voices.
Make order from disorder, yes.
Exactly. I mean, when we hear these, we automatically try to put them into languages, especially the English language, and make phrases out of them. And that's especially hard when we get voices in, say, German or other languages.
Yeah, I've got somebody asking by computer why you're only getting snatches and parts of sentences and not more complete soliloquies of some sort, some real big message. You're just getting few words. Why do you think that is, they ask?
That goes back to what I was saying earlier, that I think it really takes an effort on their part to even get these few words out. Very rarely have we got anything over a sentence. In fact, I don't really think we have got anything over a sentence.
If I was going down the highway at about 60 or 70 miles an hour in a big 18-wheeler and I had this show rolling right now, I don't know how I'd handle that. In the dark, on the road, in the middle of the night. All right, number 9.
All right, well, this gets into an interesting subject. Virtually every show we've done with you, you have asked us about a real-time recorder, and that we need to get one or...
Okay, audience, here's what I meant by that. In other words, you could get a recorder which would have a record head, and then it would track over to an active playhead so that you could say, "Are you out there?" And like about a second later, it would pass over the playhead, and you would perhaps get an immediate answer to your question, instead of having to go for hours and hours and hours of reviewing tape to find these EVPs, which is what these two do. You would hear an instant response, and so we thought that was a really good idea, and somebody went to work on that idea for you all, right?
That is true. A wonderful man named Christopher Helms, who's an electronics engineer, has heard us on the show a few times and had actually had one built by the time that we did your last show in April. And finally, we finally got in contact with him, and we actually have 2 real-time recorders now.
Oh my.
It is, and I guess he also has another one that is being ready to get sent to us. One of them has a 386 amp built onto it to kind of amplify the second playhead, so the voices are a little bit louder.
Well then, I guess my first question to you would be, obviously, it's worked, right?
It has worked.
It has worked. All right, when you hear, it may be one thing to go home and sit down and intellectually play back a tape and catch something, eerie and freaky as that is, but to hear it in the graveyard, on the spot, at the time, that's got to set you back a little.
Well, I'll tell you, the first really, really strong, clear EVP that we recorded with the real-time recorder was, and it's a voice that will be on the show tonight, and the voice says, "I feel so bad," and it was referring we assume was referring to a lady that was here talking about her friend's mother that had passed away with cancer. And when I had the headphones on, and when I heard that voice, it shocked me. And I immediately turned to Barry, who was sitting right next to me, and I asked him, did you just say anything? And he, of course, was sitting kind of slumped back in his seat, not moving like he had just said anything. I mean, his body language wasn't congruent with somebody who had just spoke.
Understand, yes.
And I talked with everybody and asked them, did Barry just say anything?
Well, listen to me now. The next thing, obviously, to try is to get an interactive response. In other words, once you've heard something, to say something congruent with what was just said and see if it produces yet another response.
Well, that's true. And really, this real-time recorder is going to take a lot of training to use. And the reason is, as you mentioned before, there is a 1-second delay.
That's right.
Actually, it's a little shorter than a second. And it's a little confusing to hear your voice and talk at the same time.
Yes.
And I've pretty much got past that. But now we run into the problem where the second playhead actually produces a white noise static. And the voices almost end up in that white noise static, so it's hard to actually hear the voices, let alone understand what they're saying.
All right, number 9 coming up.
All right, well, this one, and this was interesting, Barbara recorded this. And she obviously didn't hear it at the time because she didn't say anything.
I wasn't aware that it recorded anything.
But you hear a voice say no, and then it says yes. And then Barbara's husband, Roger, says, we invite anyone here to talk with us.
After that?
Yeah, after.
And these voices, these two voices, the no and the yes, they sound like different voices to me.
Really? Maybe it's a debate. All right, hold on. Let's see if we hear it. No, and then yes.
No, yeah. If I give you one here to talk with no, yeah. No, yeah.
God, it sounds like a domestic squabble or something. Listen one more time.
No, yeah. If I give you one here to talk with no, yeah. No, yeah.
It sounds like a man and a wife. So, in that case, you could be just sort of tapping in on whatever it is that's going on the other side, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that could be an ongoing discussion between two of whatever it is that we're listening to.
Yes, and we've noticed that with some of our recordings, it's almost like we pick up on conversations that are happening somewhere else.
Between
two people, two entities.
Spirits.
That might not have a thing to do with you, not be directed at you at all, but you're just picking it up.
That's right.
All right, number 10.
This one was recorded by Brendan, and it's also was recorded on the real-time recorder. He was walking through the cemetery testing out this recorder, and he picked up this voice, and it sounds like it says, she ought to die.
She ought to die. Okay.
She ought to die. She ought to die. She ought to die.
Yeah, I can buy that. It sure sounds like she ought to die. One more time.
She ought to die. She ought to die. She ought to die.
For two people who claim that you don't necessarily need to be in a graveyard to get good stuff, you spend an awful lot of time in graveyards.
Well, this one particular graveyard has given us some wonderful EVP.
What is the percentage of pickup you get in graveyards compared to some local fast food restaurant? Or, any place else? I mean, you obviously, you do go to graveyards. You must, because you get a higher percentage return.
Well, at this particular one, we do. We have gone to many graveyards, and we might get a few EVPs, but this one particular one, we are able to record an awful lot of EVP there.
Mm-hmm.
It's an older cemetery, and there has been ghost activity taking place there. We found out about it through the local sheriff there.
Okay. I think we've got time for one final one before the bottom of the hour here, so let's have it.
All right. Well, I recorded this one, and you'll hear me ask, if anyone's here, I ask you to speak with me. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say.
Yes.
And right after that, there's a woman that comes in, and it sounds like she says, "One step in the light." And then I say, "It just got really cold." I don't know if that's because of you guys or not.
Oh, one step in the light. Let's see.
If anyone's here, I ask you to speak to me. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say. Just got really cold. I don't know if that's because of you guys or not.
Oh, man, is that freaky. That is so freaky. One more time.
If anyone's here, I ask you to speak to me. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say. Just got really cold. I don't know if that's because of you guys or not.
Oh, that is so freaky. It's like, okay, come on, one step in the light and you're there. And you say, and then it got very cold very quickly, huh?
That's correct. It did. It actually, it seemed like it must have dropped 10 or 15 degrees. I mean, it was just such a sudden temperature change.
As you were hearing that.
Well, it was
obviously.
right directly after that.
Yeah, obviously. All right. Hold on, you two. We'll be right back. I'm going to check with Keith and see if he got what I said him. This is one weird story coming out of one weird story out of Montana. And we've got photographs to go with it, too, so I'll see if Keith has received yet and is in the process of sending. This is live radio and internet interactive at its very best. We managed to get this up tonight. You've never seen anything quite like this, or maybe you'll be able to explain it quickly, easily, and we'll dispatch this as nothing. But right now, to me, it's as weird as what we're hearing tonight. Even cyberspace is kind of weird sometimes, isn't it? I mean, I've sent this to Keith 10, 12 times, and it disappears in the ether. Flat disappears. Really weird stuff. All right, now back to my guests, and back to more EVP. We've got a little more to go before we can get to phone calls, because we've got a pretty good list tonight. So number 17, I guess, is what's coming up next.
All right, this one, Art, was recorded in the warden's house of the prison.
Oh, really? The warden's house?
The warden's house. It's just kind of a kitty corner to the prison itself. Has been standing, well, virtually as long as the prison has. I think about 10 years after the prison was built was when the warden's house was built.
Right.
In this clip, you're going to hear GIS member Roger say, "Can you give us a name?" And they waits for a second, then says, "Kids." And after that, you hear a woman say, "Hazel."
Hazel. And you're sure that's an EVP voice, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Can you give us a name? Yes.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Hazel to me.
Can you give us a name? Yes.
I wonder, you two, I wonder what percentage of prisoners die in prison. You ever wonder about that?
Yes, this particular one, they used this prison more as a rehabilitation prison than a punishment prison. It was only open for about 35 years, I believe,
Okay.
And they never did any executions at this location. One man died, I believe, of natural causes. And, you know, when we were talking earlier about the how dismal they sound, one thing to keep in mind, the places that we go are not very happy places.
Yeah, but you go where you find the EVPs.
Where the ghost activity takes place.
That's right. And so, again, your point of view that you don't think ghosts are happy
I don't.
entities at all, huh?
No, I don't believe that they're very happy.
Now, this would be a wag, which is a wild-ass guess, but I mean, how many people who die do you think, by percentage, become ghosts?
I think there's more than what people realize, but to give a percentage, I have no clue. I wouldn't even guess.
But more than people think?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, number 18.
This is recorded by Roger. This is also in the warden's house at the Laramie Territorial Prison. You'll hear Roger say, he was talking to the director, and he says, room for you guys to make claim. And you'll hear this EVP say, hit him in the hide.
Huh. Hit him in the hide. All right, here it comes.
Room for you guys to make claim.
That sounds like a kid's voice.
Yeah. It does.
Okay, one more time. Listen, doesn't it sound like a kid's voice?
Room for you guys to make claim.
You know, these absolutely are voices. I don't know what else to say. They can't be anything else. It can't be random tape noise. It can't be random anything. They're definitely voices.
Yes, and some of the things they say, you couldn't come up with some of the stuff they say.
Or you wouldn't. That's true. What safety measures do you all take to be sure that it wasn't one of your other members who, you know, inadvertently said something, or, you know, that is one of you? I mean, do you have two recorders running at once sometimes? How do you...
We have 5.
5 recorders. Now, that's interesting. How frequently does an EVP show up on 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 recorders?
Quite a lot of the time, it does. The EVPs do record on all recorders. There are times, as we mentioned, that they don't show up on a lot of them. They'll show up on one recorder, and then the other 4 won't have the same voice.
Boy, is that weird.
It is. It's almost a phenomena inside of phenomena.
Yeah. It might indicate the electromagnetic phenomena. It can be very narrow, very small. That the window can be very narrow and very small, or it can be large enough to hit all 5 recorders that are with you at the time. That's interesting.
That's true.
Have you ever taken with you magnetometers, other instruments that would indicate some sort of paranormal energy?
Well, we do. Yes. We take EMF detectors, thermal scanners, the infrared cameras, things like that.
And how frequently can you correlate an EVP with something else?
Well, I'll put it this way, not as much as we'd like, because we'd like to see the correlation just to say that's how it's happening.
Gotcha.
Maybe 30% of the time we might see a spike in the EMF detector when an EVP appears on the tape.
Okay.
Also, Roger wears a regular compass. We went and bought a compass in a sports store that hikers use to put on their watch bands.
Oh, how interesting.
And
theory being, I bet, that a lot of electromagnetic activity in the compass spins off north.
And it does.
And it does?
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Number 19.
All right. Well, this is a really interesting voice, Art. In this clip, this was recorded in the prison yard itself. And I should probably note here that there was a leper that did die in the prison yard.
A leper?
A leper. and they kind of segregate them from the rest of the prisoners. But in this clip, you hear Barbara say, "Hello, is anyone here?"
Uh-huh.
And this man's voice comes in and says, "They've hurt me."
Really? All right. You see, I don't listen to any of these beforehand. I have a list, but I don't listen to any of these because I want to hear them the same time as you all do.
Hello? Is anyone here?
Yeah, that's hard to hear, but I hear it. They've heard me is obviously what's being said. Listen very, very carefully.
Hello? Is anyone here?
They've heard me. That's what I hear, but boy, you've really got to dig for that one, huh?
Yeah, it's buried in the static, and I'm kind of afraid I amplified it too much on the last two loops. It just amplified the static with it.
Yep. Well, you get to a sort of you lose more than you gain point with amplification. You can go so far and get a lot out of it, and then you bring the noise floor up so much that you start to lose instead of gain.
Yes, and I've noticed that a lot just with these voices.
All right, number 20.
This was recorded by Roger in the prison. This was recorded at the house in Laramie, at the couple's house that the director took us to. You will hear Barry say, "So we can go down there," talking about the stairs that go downstairs, and you'll hear Roger say, "Yeah." And then a man voice says, "My quarters."
My quarters, as in my place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we can go down there? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's very, very clear.
So we can go down there?
Yeah. My quarters. No question about that. As in my place. Wow. Where do you two want all this to go? I mean, obviously you're working with a real-time recorder now, so you've taken that step. Where do you want it to go? Where do you want this whole area of research, by the way, that goes back for the audience, not just to this program and to these two, but back in time, just about to the beginning of the invention of the telephone. It goes back that far. A lot of people don't know that there's a lot of history in the kind of research you all are doing here. Where do you want it to go from here? Where should it go?
Well, we would definitely like to see it get into more of a communication. And as you said, with the real-time recorder, that's our hope, is that we can develop some kind of a communication between us and spirits. Our other goal is to simply educate people and show them that this is something that's really out there. I mean, that's why we don't charge for anything, because we'd feel that might ruin our credibility.
It would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it's hard enough by itself, but you're doing it the right way. Absolutely doing it the right way. It's pure research. All right, number 21.
All right, this is definitely a weird voice. It's almost kind of singy sounding. And the voice sounds like it says it's called the Fat Girl. This was recorded inside the prison by Barry.
Okay, and it's called the Fat Girl, is what said?
That's what it sounds like.
All right, let's see. All right, now I'm not as sure about the first part as I listen. I can absolutely hear Fat Girl at the end. That's all, though. Listen again. All right, so there you are. I can make out Fat Girl very easily. I'm not sure about the first part.
And it's singing.
Some kind of singing, yeah, sing-song voice? Huh. Well, maybe there's a little singing that goes on the other side, huh?
Yeah.
All right, let's rush now, because I want to get a segment in a phone call. So, 22.
This one was quite unusual. I recorded this. You will hear me say, will you talk with us? And you'll hear this yoo-hoo. Brendan also heard this on his real-time, but he did not record it on his real-time player.
Oh, no, that's weird.
It is.
That's really weird, because it has to go by the record head to get to the playhead for you to hear it, right?
That's correct. It's definitely a very weird experience not to hear that after I heard it through the headphones.
Let's go.
Please talk with us.
Huh. Well, that was all easy to make out. Please talk with us, and then the yoo-hoo sound, kind of like almost taunting. Listen.
Please talk with us.
Well, I'll tell you, of all the weird businesses in the world to be in, you two really can pick them. And actually, it's not a business, but I mean areas of research. This is weird stuff. This goes back how many years, this research?
Well, ever since Marconi and Edison, both of them were working on ways to contact the dead, and kind of early examples of EVP were started by them.
All right, number 23.
All right, this was also recorded at the prison, and you'll hear Jennifer, who is the prison director. And by the way, I'd like to thank Jennifer and the rest of the staff for allowing us to stay the night in the prison. But in this clip, you hear her say, "Yeah, that's a chainsaw." And right after that, you hear a woman that just sounds demented almost say, "Yeah, that's me."
Really? Chainsaw, huh? All right. Oh, demented is a good word for that. Listen to that breathy voice. Yeah, I can just imagine being clipping along in an 18-wheeler in the middle of the night listening to this stuff. Yeah, that's me. All right, one more to do tonight, and it's number 24.
This was recorded by Roger, and he recorded this in the prison, and it says, "Get me out of here."
And there was no interactive aspect to it?
No, there was no talking at the time.
Now, here's what you would expect to hear in a prison, something like, "Get me out of here." And that you, all right, let's see. God, I hear it all right. There's no question, "Get me out of here." Now, you'd expect to hear that in a prison, wouldn't you? One more time. Listen very carefully, folks. Well, there it is. And I assume that you all believe the context of that to be clearly what it obviously is, and that is someone's in prison, they want to get the hell out of there, and they're still not out of there, right?
Still not out of there.
So, you go to troubled places. What about the more sensitive places? I mean, can you get into funeral homes?
Yes, we have.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
That would be one area I would think they would be disinclined to allow you, and the freshly dead and the...
Yeah, and we were extremely surprised that we were allowed in, for one, let alone that there was actual bodies in the place when we were there.
And did you get anything?
Yeah, in fact, we played one of the voices on your show a few shows back that says, "So is the dead."
So is the dead. All right, look, what I'm going to do is break here at the bottom of the hour, and when we come back, I'd like to allow the audience to ask you questions about all they've heard tonight, okay?
Alrighty.
All right, stand by, please. And that's exactly what's coming up. Your turn. If you have questions about this, if you heard all this and you don't have questions, then you better check yourself for a pulse, because you may be trying to reach us from the other side. Otherwise, I expect you have questions. Coming up next, I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast.
Happy and I'm smiling, walking mile to drink your water. You know I love to love you, and above you there's no other. We'll go walking.
All right, so reminding you that horrific little Montana story that I read you a little while ago, an hour ago or so, is finally going to get up on the website here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, very, very shortly, and it'll be there for the remainder, through tomorrow night, through tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow will be a repeat. I'll be off tomorrow, attending to the fireworks celebration here in Pahrump, and I hope those of you close enough to come and bring sound trucks or whatever are able to do so, or just make it out here to the desert where there's going to be the biggest bang in the whole state. Oh my, it's going to be something. For the moment, we're going to go back now to the GIS folks and begin to open the lines and let you ask questions. So are you two ready for questions from the great public?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, then here it comes. First time caller line, you're on the air with GIS. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
How are you?
Okay, sir.
Just had a few questions, actually. Oh, and just for you, I'm listening to your show, WWNC, in Asheville, North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
On a 37-tube AM radio.
Oh, really?
Big, huge floor model. Great radio.
Good, good.
My questions were, one, have they tried to utilize all the technology to isolate these voices? For example, I'm a musician, and I'm aware of some technology which uses notch filtering to isolate particular frequencies so that you can get rid of any kind of background frequency and just isolate those frequencies that you want.
It's a very, very good question. You two, how about it?
It is actually a good question, and that's something we're going to bring up earlier on the show. Right now, we're looking for an audio engineer for a project that we're going to be working on. And a lot of it's going to have to do with analyzing these voices.
Like there's DSP, for example.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of technology out there, but the cheapest available is really it may sound stupid, but there are karaoke machines which you can put your tape in and erase the voice, and what it uses is a notch filter to do it.
Yep.
Where you could...
No, you're right. I mean, the police, for example, can eliminate all kinds of background sounds and bring one voice out of many voices.
Oh, yeah.
They have that ability. So if they had that level of technology, we might be getting much clearer EVPs.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably technology out there for the computer which is far beyond anything that I've seen in a rack mount piece.
I agree.
And, I'm a born skeptic because I think. I'm open-minded, but I've never really had a paranormal experience myself.
All right, well, based on what you've heard tonight, I mean, these are coming off clean tapes, brand new, never opened, just out of the box and recorded, boom, there it is. Skeptical as you may be, what do you think this is?
Well, just in my opinion, of course, I think that it's when you have, I've heard EVPs before with different programs, including your own, and it's really hard to discount that information because you don't just, random sound, at least from my experience as a musician, even stuff that I've recorded, random sound doesn't generate itself in the patterns that I think they've been able to put on tape. And I believe the only reason I say I'm a skeptic is just because I haven't experienced it myself. And, maybe that makes me wrong. I'm not sure, but...
Well, when you hear it, sir, like tonight, what do you think you're hearing?
Oh, a lot of it sounds very much like voices. They've had several programs, I think, on the Learning Channel where they've dealt with some EVP before.
That's right. A lot of people assume this is, something unusual to my show and just some sort of catchy thing. It's not. EVP is a science of its own. It's been around now for a long, long time. But the point he made about higher tech equipment that, for example, forensic police labs use to pick voices out, you might approach somebody in one of those labs, like the FBI crime lab, like they're not too busy, huh? or something like that, and worm your way in and see if you can get some of that technology, because applied to what you're doing now, it could be incredible.
Well, we would ask anybody who does have access to that technology or a background in audio engineering to contact us.
All right, how about how to contact you? How do they do it?
Well, there's a couple of ways you can contact us. One, you can go to the website and email any one of the members by clicking on their names. You can email the GIS at ghostpix.com. The website address
That's Ghost, G-H-O-S-T, pix.com.
That's the website.
All right.
And you can also contact us now by P.O. Box, and that is the Ghost Investigator Society at P.O. Box 2383, Layton, Utah, 84041-9383.
Well, you're going to have to do that again. Everybody's grabbing for a pen and not by any means getting it all. So the address again, please.
All right. The address is the Ghost Investigator Society at P.O. Box 2383, Layton, Utah, 84041-9383.
Okay. Or at ghostpix, that's Pix.com.
Yes.
All right. All right, by the way, the Montana Horror, whatever in the hell that thing is on the website right now, folks. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, it's me, Greg.
Yes, Greg.
Calling from the Monsterin Pacific Northwest, KOMO.
Como, yes, sir, 1000 Seattle.
Oh, yeah, the big bad boy. So, 2 questions. One, does this ever freak you out while you're out there?
Yeah.
And you're in a, come on, bunch of graves, and does it ever really freak you out while you're out there?
We're actually more scared of the living. We're afraid in some of the places that we go, which are quite run down and abandoned, that there might be a transient or somebody that might attack us.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense, yeah. So, another question, and it kind of relates to what the previous caller was. I listened to Art on a 1932 Philco radio that I rebuilt. Oh, it's a beauty. I love this thing.
Good
and
for you.
Believe me, they are so hard to rebuild.
They are.
They are.
But, sure, try to go find tubes. There are some antique suppliers, but it's hard.
It is so hard. But I can, like tonight, I can listen to things, and they come through so clear, and I can hear them just beautifully. And I hear them the first time through.
Well, congratulations, sir, and good luck on restoring old radios is a blast. And to listen to something like this coming out of an old radio, old Philco speaker, middle of the night, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Finally, yay!
Yes.
Hi, Art.
Where are you?
My name's Eric. I'm calling from Peabody, Mass.
Okay.
And I listen to you on WRKO.
Yes, sir.
And I have just 2 points to make, and then I'll hang up and listen offline.
Sure.
One is, I think when the one that was out on the south side, it also could have sounded like out by the stop sign. If you listen to it again, it looked pretty clear to me.
Out by the stop sign.
I know.
Well, they lived on a corner, and there was a stop sign on that corner.
Maybe there was an accident of some kind out there, or who knows.
Well, that's interesting, yeah.
No, what would really clinch this for me is if you went to a foreign country like Spain or Holland and these voices started speaking Spanish, French, or Dutch.
Now, it's really interesting that you bring that up. I was just sent an article today by a man named Joseph Bullman about a researcher in Italy that has been doing some wonderful EVP research. And all of his voices are in Italian. And as we've mentioned, we've been to cemeteries where there's quite a mixed population from people from other countries and have recorded German and Spanish and things like that.
And some are not sure what the language is, but we know it's not English.
Right, and one last point. I wonder if it has to do with the researchers, like if they speak English, if the voices will manifest as English, or if maybe you send someone out who speaks Spanish or another language, if maybe they will hear somehow on the tape magically, I don't know, it'll appear in a different language.
That is a really good, I don't think we've ever thought of that before.
And I'll listen off the end now. Thank you.
Well, All right, he's listening off air. Anything else you two want to add, or?
Well, we don't know anybody right offhand that knows how to speak another language that would be willing to go out with us.
So when you get there, you'll try it.
Yes.
All right.
I think it'd be interesting to see what they would.
A lot of people fast blasting me want to know why the sing-songy voice so many times. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, other than just maybe the attitude of that entity at the time, whatever mood they're in.
And I can imagine a lot of the prisoners probably passed their time singing.
Yeah, so can I, actually. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the EVP Kings and Queens. Hello. No, push the button, Arthur. Now you're on the air. Sorry about that, caller.
Hello, this is Anthony in Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska, way up north. Yes.
And I've got two questions. The first one, has any member of the GIS team ever gone to a pet cemetery and recorded animal sounds?
Ah!
We've gone to a pet cemetery, but we have not recorded animal sounds there. We have recorded animal sounds at other locations, but not at the pet cemetery.
Okay, and then my other question, most people seem to think that from a ghost point of view on the other side, time would be different. So have you ever heard an EVP that refers to something that you're about to say on the tape?
Yeah.
Really?
Actually, in fact, that example that we played tonight, the one where it says no, yes, and then Roger asked if anybody will speak with us.
Uh-huh.
I kind of wondered if that was them contemplating that question before it had been asked.
We've had occurrences where it seems like they've answered a question. Sometimes there have been on occasions where they have said something, and then one of the members will repeat almost word for word what the EVP said.
Boy, this is strange stuff. First-time caller line, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. On recording number 16, I have a question also, but recording number 16, what I got when I listened to that was my friend is still outside.
My friend is still outside. Now, that's interesting because the first time I heard that, I heard I'm still outside.
Oh, okay, because I got my friend is still outside when I heard that over and over.
Really? That's a very interesting one, number 16, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, it is.
The reason is it's just so clear and loud.
Okay.
But then again, that goes back to what we were saying, that even though they're loud, they're not so easy to discern what's being said.
Yeah, let's all listen again, number 16. And actually, number 16, they think, and I thought, too, was very clear, and I thought it said out by the south side. Listen.
I'm still outside. I'm still outside. I'm still outside.
And you still hear the same thing, caller?
I still hear the same thing. My friend is still outside.
I'm hearing out by the south side.
I'm going to listen and try to hear my friend.
I'm still outside. I'm still outside. I'm still outside.
Caller, I still got the same thing.
Friend.
Yeah, okay. I don't either, but I appreciate the call. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I do have a question. How would a person get into something like this?
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
It's extremely easy. As I've mentioned, I started out as a skeptic. I believed in ghosts, but I did not believe in the EVP phenomena. And it really, all it took was me taking a little $10 tape recorder out with a brand new tape and trying it. And it probably took me 3 times until I received a voice. And ever since then, I've just been fascinated.
Okay. Well,
it really doesn't matter whether it's an expensive recorder or a cheap one.
Okay.
You can record EVP on any tape recorder.
On any tape, then. Okay. Well, thank you. I think I'll give that a whirl.
Would you report back to me, please, on how you do, sir?
Sure, I will.
All right, I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, I was wondering, have they ever decided to go into, like, a place where they had, like, a famous battle or somewhere in American history and try to contact, well, not necessarily contact, but...
Yeah, battlefields. Battlefields. That's the question. You two, have you ever gone to, like, Gettysburg, whatever?
We haven't gone to Gettysburg. We've gone up to areas where there have been
massacres
and things like that in the Old West days.
And what do you get?
General EVP, generally what we've played. There have been times we've recorded just faint screaming and kind of what sounds like almost a residual gunshot.
A residual gunshot. That's really interesting. We were talking earlier about there are people now who believe that the Vatican has what they're calling a kind of time machine, and the theory is that sound and light literally last forever, linger forever, once created, never die. Light, of course, is energy, and sound is too, and so it could easily be. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a couple of questions real quick. Have y'all ever recorded voices in the normal octave of people that y'all didn't hear at the time? You know, like normal speaking voices?
Yeah, we have. And that's interesting because a lot of this is not audible at the time. There are times when we do hear it at the time, but that's extremely rare. But yes, we have recorded them in the regular human speech sound.
Okay, and what type of software do y'all use for pulling the EVPs out?
What type of what, sir?
Of software. What are y'all using to? Because I know it gets muddled down it's below the normal octave of hearing, and it gets muddled in the noise, in the background noise. And I'm wondering how do you pull that out? Well, if I were interested in recording some stuff and.
Well, I think the truth is, with a lot of EVPs, even though they're hard to hear, you won't have to pull it out of anything. It will just be there.
Okay.
Is that true, y'all?
Yes,
that's correct. All you need to do, really, is take your recorder and patch it somehow into the sound card of your computer, and then...
Make a WAV file.
Yeah, just make a WAV file, MP3 file, whatever. And there's 20 million different freeware programs that can pull it off. We use a combination of different programs, but the main one is Cool Edit.
Cool Edit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You going to try it, caller?
Yes, I am. I've actually had a voice say, "Help me, Randy, help me," and
that came over what?
It came from everywhere.
Oh.
It was in my garage, and it was the most incredible Dolby surround sound I'd ever heard.
Huh.
I literally was frozen with fear. It blew me away.
Is your name Randy?
Yes, it is.
That's one thing that I've noticed when we have audibly heard them. It sounds like it comes from nowhere. I mean, you can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It sounds like it's all around you.
Yeah, it totally encompassed me.
Yes.
It was from everywhere and from in my head, and it literally froze me with fear.
As you said, Dolby sound, huh?
Oh, it THX and all has nothing on it. It was amazing.
Well,
get your recorder and go out into your garage again.
And we'd definitely be interested in hearing any results that you might get from it.
I will definitely am going to do that. And you said it's Cool Edit.
Yes, Cool Edit.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Caller, thank you. And folks, we're out of time. Again, what an incredible program you have provided. I hope you will be back again soon. I trust you'll be out there collecting, eh?
In fact,
every day.
Just real quick, you might be interested to know that we are planning on going back to the Rollins prison.
I am interested. Thank you. Good night, you two.
Good night.
All right, there you have it, folks. That's the GIS group. Don't forget, tomorrow night, my little town, Pahrump, we're going to have the big, and I mean really big bang. If you're in range, come on out. That's tomorrow night. That's except tomorrow night, tonight, actually, this time zone.
Nothing but the dead and lying back in my little town.
Here in the high desert. So, for tonight.
In my little town.
Good night, all.
I never meant nothing, I was just my father's son. saving my money.